fulfilling the organizational establishment, and tell them or instruct them informally to help to fulfill the organizational goals. In that way, so we can do it. Then informal group used to be small in size. It is very difficult to the leaders of that informal group. Each individual who are part of informal group, they act like leaders. So it is very challenging for the organization to deal with the informal groups. Sometimes what happens, in case the person is part of an informal group, he will take advantage in terms of saying that I'm senior, I'm doing this kind of things, like something they will try to show cause too much. That is also happens. Then as a management, you have to recognize informal group, but at the same time you direct them towards fulfilling the organizational goal. So in the beginning, what I have quoted, both informal group as well as a formal group presence very much there in the organizational setup. So when you want to deal with the informal group, so this is the way you have to deal in, because they used to be positive and negative, they used to be supportive, and sometimes there is a problem. You can't all in a sudden remove the entire informal group within the organizations. It is very difficult for them, but otherwise you can direct them for fulfilling the organizational goal. Look at this one, how the group behavior is determined. Suppose you are in a particular group, the group behavior is changes. That's why I told you, no? When you are an individual, your behavior, attitude, perception are different. When you become a part of a group, your attitude, behavior, then personality, everything differs. Take for example, if you are standing in a bus stand, some incident happens, like an accident happens, some car fellow hit on a woman and she died on the spot. If you are an individual, you will not react immediately. If you join with one team, then there is a possibility you can attack the car, you can attack the driver who is reason behind for that accident, because your group, when you are joining with the group, your behavior changes. The same thing happens when it comes to organizational atmosphere. As an individual employee, your behavior is something different. When you become a part and parcel of a group, your behavior is different. Why is the behavior differs? Look at this one, the external factors. The external factors which influences, because of that, the group behavior changes. Or otherwise, the people who are in the group, they are very rich, they are highly knowledgeable, they are connected with some kind of the team, then accordingly the formation of behavior comes. Then group structure, suppose you are all managers, or you are all supervisors, or you are all something like a lower level employees. So you all join together from a group. Because of the structure in which you are coming in, your behavior differs. You maybe think that here we are all manager people, so we should behave like this. Here they are all supervisors, accordingly they want to behave. Like based on the structural aspects taken into consideration, the behavior is set accordingly. Then the group process, how the group function or act, accordingly also the behavior is set in. Then what is the task for which you are all joined together, based on that your behavior is set in. So maybe in the examination they can ask you a question, what do you mean by group behavior, and what are all the factors responsible for determining the group behavior? In that way they can ask questions. Maybe I'm going too much, I think, with regard to group dynamics, because here only they are discussing about the group dynamics. Maybe I have quoted so many other points. Maybe these are all the group cohesiveness, in the sense when you are a member of a group, the attachment you are showing towards, or you feel how much I am in the part and parcel of that group, you are showing that we call it as a group cohesiveness. Maybe sometimes the group used to be there, but there may not be that much of attachment. But when you are in a group, you feel that I am part and parcel of it. You feel that I am very close to each and every member of the group. You feel that I am also one of them. leading member to lead that group. Like you feel or you have such a kind of idea, that we call it as a group cohesiveness. Maybe this will I leave it to you. I don't want to go with that. You can make use of it for your preparation. This is what is all about group dynamics. I hope you understood, right? Maybe for recollecting all these things, I will tell you. So we are discussing about group and group dynamics. When it comes to organization, there are two set of group used to be there. One is called formal group, another one is informal group. Formal group, which is in the formal organizational structure, which is created by the company. Informal group, it is in the informal organizational structure, which is not created by the management. Otherwise, it itself will form a organizational structure, but it helps for fulfilling the organizational goal. This is what we call it as a formal organizational structure, wherein groups forms. Each group, for the purpose for which it is framed, some objectives is given for them to fulfill. Each group, what is the authority, responsibility is determined. Then each group working for fulfilling some organizational objectives. You see here, informal group, it is not created by the management. Each of them, they themselves think that we are part and parcel of one particular group. Sometimes these people can help for fulfilling the organizational goal, but it is not the structure created by the management. It is formed in its own by the employees. Or otherwise, the employees themselves create a group and then they are helping for organization. They can be a positive people, sometimes negatively they can put a problem to the organization. So that's there. So as I said, group dynamics, people always prefer to work as the team or being a part of a group. It always helps them to do the work efficiently, effectively. It also gives them a very satisfied work. So that is why they try to form this kind of groups. When you're talking about nature of groups, you call someone as the team, someone is the committee, or someone as the group of people or group. They should interact with each other. They should know psychologically each other. They should feel themselves, I am also part of the member. Then only it is called a group. Then the group members' attitude, perception, personality, behavior can make impact on the other members in the group. Anything happen in that way, that is called a group. As I said, a family is a group. Students of MBA, DD students are the group. People who are sitting in the cinema hall cannot be called as a group. People who are waiting for bus to come and pick up for their office, they can't be called as a group. So when you're talking about the groups, there are two groups. One is formal group, which is created by the organization. The other one is informal group. Maybe you can see in the organization a formal group in the name of workforce, task force, committee, quality team, brand building team, marketing research team. Like there are so many names in which they can work on within the organization. They are called formal groups. Informal groups may be based on their language attachment, based on the caste, religions, or otherwise economical background. They form their own groups. I still remember when I was in teaching in the University of Delhi, we always speak in Tamil because at that time I was not aware ABC of Hindi. The people belongs to the northern part, they always look towards what we people are talking in Tamil. So I always look for any Tamilian there, immediately I will try to connect with them because that made me much comfortable because I don't know the language of Hindi on those days. So I formed a group as a Tamil group because based on my language, based on my understanding so that I can easily connect with the people, I formed a group. So maybe it is called a team or group based on the languages. Sometimes what happens, sometimes based on the religion also it happens, you all know about it, how it is there in the organizational atmosphere. Sometimes based on the caste attachment, even though people are talking about the existence of caste is not there in India, but sometimes the informal group forms based on the caste line, religion line, economical background, or otherwise language background, like it is there. So you can see these type of groups also within the organizational atmosphere. in the name of apathetic group, erratic group, strategic group, and the conservative groups. So you all know about it, why the group formation used to take place. Because of this reason, group formation take place within the organization. When a group formed within the organization, it leads to advantage both for organization as well as the employee. So these are all the advantage. Then the presence of informal groups sometimes leads to negative impact on the organization that need to be addressed. So when we are going for addressing, you need to look into these points. When you are in a group, your behavior is forms based on some of the factors which I have listed out already: external factor, group member resource, group structure, group process, and task force, which all leads to formation of group behaviors. So then we have looked into even the group cohesiveness. So all these things are there. So this is what is all about group and group dynamics. I'll stop presenting here. Maybe I'll take you to the other slide. Otherwise, we will go for some other analysis. I hope you could be able to follow it, right? Is it okay?
Yes.
Could you be able to follow?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Fine.
Thank you, sir.
Just a minute. We have another 10 or 5 minutes. I will take you to the model question paper so that you can have an idea how the questions are going to be raised, especially in the DD examination. Just a minute. Give me some time. I will bring it to you. Just to confirm, could you able to see the question paper?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So look at this one. This is the question paper, model question paper, which came out June 2015 for the first semester students. The title of the paper is Management Concept and Organizational Behavior. Look at here, 3 hours duration, maximum marks 100. Yes, please. Yeah. In the part A, we have 5 questions. You have to answer for 5 questions. Each question 6 marks. Total is rewarded mark is going to be 30. Look at here. They are asking what are all the features of management that you can write. Classify the business plan. Maybe in the planning aspects we have discussed about the types of plan. Maybe long-term plan, short-term plan, medium-term plan, or otherwise when you are talking about plans, maybe strategy, policies. These are also called as a plan. So you can look into that. Then look at the other question. What are the factors determining the degree of decentralization? You know about decentralization means authority is distributed to all the people who are in the organizational structure. Authority is not laying with one particular place. It is decentralized. Suppose I told you, in the organizational structure, manager, assistant manager, supervisor, like people are there. So suitably to their responsibility, the authority is given to these people. So decentralization of authority, when we talk about it. Even we have a question, list of factors which affect the perception, how your perception changes or what kind of factors make impact on perception. Then what are the reasons for stress? Is it okay? I want to make it bigger. Okay, I don't want to. Then what are all the characteristics of a group? So we have discussed here today, right? Characteristics of a group. It means if you call something as a group, so what are the characteristics? They have to work for objective. They should feel I am part of a group. They have to have their own attitude, perception, which can make impact on others. So like there are characteristics which we have discussed. Then we haven't discussed anything about leadership style. It is easy for you. You can have a look. What are all the characteristics of diversity? I think this PPD I have sent to the DDE, they will pass on to you. Time permit, we can have a discussion. Maybe part B, 5. There are 10 questions, I think, 8 questions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 questions. You have to answer for 5 questions. Each question carry 10 marks. Total it comes 50. Okay. So look at this one. Discuss the steps in planning process. We discuss the problem faced during the decision making. These are all things you can write in your own, no problem. Explain the factors that affect the organizational structure. How the organizational structure is created. What are all the factors taken into consideration in formation of organizational structure that we have discussed already. Maybe dedication of authority. How the authority is dedicated to the principle. What are the principles need to be followed when it comes to the dedication of authority. Maybe you people just have a look. Authority and decentralization of authority. Both you just to look into. Maybe what we call it as there are 2 things, right? Authority and decentralization of authority. Just have a look at that one. Then analyze the different reward system as part of motivation of employees. So reward system, monetary motivation, non-monetary motivation. We should talk about monetary in the sense you all know about it. The salary which we are offering, allowances which we are offering, then other so many allowances are there that you can list it out. Non-monetary in terms of a promotion, in terms of transfer. So in that way, the reward is offered to the employee. Even we have discussed about communication. What are all the common barriers? We had a very good discussion on communication. Explain the elements of organizational culture. I have sent this PPT for you. You can have a look later. Then discuss the external forces for change. Suppose in your organization some change is happening. So what is the reason for change? How the external factor influence in bringing changes that we have to look into. Then finally we have one case study, 20 mark. So what you want to do with regard to case study, maybe I thought of discussing this one later, but it is a time now. I will look into this one. So they always give one case study, followed by case study. They used to give some kind of questions like this. If you answer to the questions raised by reading thoroughly the case, what is given there, if you answer that itself enough for addressing the case study. But some cases what happen, they will give a case study and then they will ask you to make your own comment about the case study. Maybe you can adopt the SWOT analysis. You all know about it: strength, weakness, opportunity, threat. By reading this case study, what is the strength of this case study? What is the weakness of this case study? What is your opportunity? What is the threat? Like you can make your own explanation. So there are way to answer the case study. In case they have given a case study followed by questions are there, simply answer to the questions based on your academic enrichment happens and the practical knowledge you are having, and thoroughly reading the case study, you can give an answer. In some cases, what happens? Simply they give a case study and they will ask you, if you are a HR manager, what will be your comment? If you are a marketing manager, what will your comment? If you are in that position, what you will do to sort out that particular issues? Like they can ask. So for which if you answer, that itself enough. So you remember the quality of information as well as the quantity is matter when it comes the examination. Accordingly, you will be rewarded. Remember quality as well as quantity. Some people what they do in the name of quality, they restrict to quantity. Some people they think that per page, per mark, 1 mark, 100 page we write, 100 can be awarded. Like they increase in terms of quantity. So that's not advisable. Go with both quality as well as quantity, so that you will get rewarded with good mark. So thank you so much for joining. Maybe I'm leaving the way for the next faculty for its presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
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 Thank you,
Thank you
Yes, sir.
all. I will share this PPD. It will come to you shortly. No issue.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So good morning to all of you. This is Sandil. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
I'll be engaging you for good morning. Very good morning to all of you. I'll be engaging you all for another 1 hour on the topic about monetary policy and fiscal policy. And of course, if time permits, I will take one more lecture. So let me start the presentation now. Whether the slides are visible?
No, no, sir.
No, sir.
Yes.
I think it should be visible now.
So,
Is it still is it not visible?
Yes, sir, not visible.
No, sir, not visible.
Because now it is showing.
Your screen is visible, sir.
Only on each screen is
So maybe it may take some time, I think. I think it should be visible right now.
Sir, content does not come.
not, sir. Not visible.
Your screen, but not
your
presentation.
screen is visible, but presentation is not. So maybe you're sharing some different window.
Okay, I will stop presenting and again I will share the slides. What about right now?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Now it's
Okay.
Yes, we are able to see.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you all. So let me start the lecture on monetary policy. So in this lecture, I will be telling you what is monetary policy, then what are the objectives of monetary policy in India, and what are the different instruments of monetary policy. And of course, there are some limitations in implementing monetary policy that also we will be discussing in this first part of the lecture. So when you say monetary policy, so what does it mean? Basically, monetary policy means it is the regulation of money supply as well as availability of credit in the economy. So it deals not only the lending of money but also the borrowing rates of interest through commercial banks. So through this policy, the main idea is to maintain the stability of prices in the economy to achieve full employment as well as to achieve the targeted economic growth. So there are, of course, across countries, there will be some organization which will be responsible for implementing the monetary policy. Obviously, it will be the central bank. So in India, Reserve Bank of India is responsible for formulating the monetary policy as well as implementation of monetary policy. So generally, it is announced twice a year. That is slack season as well as in the busy season. But these days, it is announced only once in a year. So monetary policy, in plain words, it refers to the credit control measures adopted by the central bank of the country. As I already mentioned, in India, it is the Reserve Bank of India that that formulates and implements the monetary policy. So coming to the objectives of monetary policy. So every policy will be having some objective, whether it is a monetary policy or whether it is a fiscal policy, there will be some objectives. Now let us discuss about the objectives of monetary policy. As I already mentioned in the beginning, the one of the main objectives of monetary policy is to achieve the price stability, that is to maintain the stable prices in the economy. Then to attain exchange rate stability, the exchange rate, that is the rate at which commodities are exchanged between two countries, that should be stable. Otherwise there will be economic, either there may be economic slowdown or there may be economic prosperity. So there should be some stability in the exchange rate. And and another objective is to avoid the negative impacts of the business cycle. So already we have discussed the different phases of business cycle, like depression, then boom, then slowdown, recession, like that. So one of the objective of monetary policy is to avoid the negative impacts, and the final objective is to experience the full employment. That is, matching the aggregate demand and aggregate supply. So this is the situation where full employment is achieved. So these are the 4 major objectives of monetary policy. Now let us discuss the different instruments. So instrument means the different components through which the economy can be either brought down from inflation, or if there is any deflation, accordingly it can be changed. So first let us discuss about the first instrument on bank rate. So bank rate means it is the rate of interest charged by the central bank against the commercial bank borrowing. So normally we borrow in a bank, and banks also borrow from some organization, that is from RBI. So RBI will levy some rate of interest. For example, if the RBI increases the bank rate from 2 to 3%, then the commercial bank will increase the rate of interest when they are giving credit to the customers. So when the rate of interest is increased, what happens? It will reduce the public borrowing, because when there is a higher rate of interest, normally we will not be interested to take loan from the bank. So this is one strategy through which you can manipulate the money supply in the economy. Another instrument is reserve ratio, in that there are 2 components. One is cash reserve ratio and another one is statutory liquidity ratio. So RBI again, it will manipulate this reserve ratio. Particularly what they do, they keep a certain percentage as a reserve in their hands for ensuring liquidity. Liquidity means immediate cash, so that regulation of credit takes place. RBI has the liberty to increase the cash reserve ratio from 3 to 15%. By increasing the cash reserve ratio, what happens? The availability of the money in the bank, that will come down, because bank have to deposit that much percentage of money to the RBI. So when the RBI increases the cash reserve ratio, obviously the availability of money with the bank will come down, and this will affect the credit creating capacity of the bank. So ultimately what happens? The money supply to the market will get regulated. Third one is the open market operation. So open up market operation means the Reserve Bank of India will sell some securities, government securities, to the public, so that it will raise some money. So what happens? Public will buy government securities by investing some money. So that will be generally for a fixed time period, and whatever interest is generated from their investment, it will be given by the bank. So through this money circulation, again it will be reduced, because once the public buys any asset or any security from the RBI, then obviously the availability of money among the public will get reduced. Another instrument is the margin instrument requirement. So margin requirement means it is a requirement for mortgaging against the loans, which will be increased to reduce the credit, and so that the credit flow in the economy will be regulated. Similarly, we have another instrument called credit rationing. That is giving a loan to some essential activities, so that the money circulation in the economy will cut down. So it will be prioritized. The loans and advances given by the banks will be prioritized, and only essential activities will be given loans, so that money circulation in the economy will cut down. Similarly, we have moral suasion, that is RBI will control the commercial banks for creating loans and advances by persuasion through issue of circular. So they will issue a circular to the commercial banks, so that the commercial banks gets control in advancing the loans. Similarly, the last instrument is direct action, that is RBI being the central bank, so it can directly act against the. So I request the participants to mute yourself. There are some disturbance. So RBI as a central bank can take direct action against the credit created by the banks. Generally, this is done to manage the inflation in the economy. So far, we have been discussing about different monetary policy instruments, right from bank rate, credit rationing, moral suasion, direct action, open market operation, then cash ratio. So when we are implementing the monetary policy, that is implementing through different instruments, there might be some limitations because it is not necessary that all the instruments will be effective. So it depends upon the situation. Again, I request all the participants to mute themselves.
Hello. All the students kindly mute your mics.
Madam, as a host, you can do that because I don't have the
Yes,
right
sir.
to mute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So please mute, madam.
Oh.
ஆஃபீஸ் க்ளோஸ் பண்ண போ சொன்னாங்க. போனேன். கிளம்பும்போது எங்க கிளம்புற கேட்டாரு. கடைக்கு போறேன்னு சொன்னேன். எங்கடா போன்ட்டு போயிட்டாரு.
Okay, anyhow, I will continue. I think.
அவரு பண்ணாரு.
Hello. All the students kindly you are requested to mute the mics.
எங்கடா போ அப்படி சொல்லிட்டு போயிட்டாரு.
So the administrator can mute everyone, no? Madam, why don't you mute everyone?
Administrator mute பண்ண சொல்லுங்க.
Okay, let me continue. So now let us discuss the different limitations of monetary policy. As I already told that though the monetary policy instruments are effective, but it may not be right in all situations. So monetary policy operates generally in a broad front. The success and failure depends upon the banking system. If you have a well-structured banking system in the country, then you can see the real success. And again, as I said, it has some institutional restrictions in implementing across regions. Whenever there is the share of unorganized money market to a larger extent, then that will not support the monetary policy. If it is organized, then it is well taken that the monetary policy will be effective. And second, the existence of non-monetary sector also defies the RBI regulation. So what I mean here is when we have a organized money market and a banking system, then the effectiveness of monetary policy will be relatively good. And whenever the economy is experiencing depression, during that stage, monetary policy is not advised. In that case, fiscal policy is suggested. Sometimes a combination of both monetary policy and fiscal policy will be effective. So in the subsequent lecture, I will be discussing about the fiscal policy. So now we have discussed a couple of limitations of monetary policy in implementation. So how the monetary policy is related to the economic development. Whenever you say economic development, that is the structural change in the economy. That is, low-income people gets transformed to high-income people across regions. So you need desired level of credit planning when you target for certain level of economic development. So when you have a well-structured banking system, so whatever the credit planning has been thought of, that can be implemented. So by manipulating the interest rate by the RBI, and that will have some effect on the public debt management. So obviously that gets reflected on the economic development. So monetary policy and economic development is well related. Through organized banking system and the effective implementation of monetary policy, you can achieve the desired level of economic development. So with this, we are wrapping up the lecture on monetary policy. Now we will be moving to the next topic, that is on fiscal policy. Fiscal policy means it is the discussion on the government expenditure and government spending. So when there is a difference, then it is called as deficit financing. So obviously, government has to borrow from different sources and has to, adjust the difference between government spending and government revenue. So in this lecture, we'll be discussing about the basics of fiscal policy, like monetary policy. The objectives of fiscal policy also will be discussed, and key features of budget pertaining to the recent year 22-23. Of course, in the study material, you might be having very outdated data. So this information, whatever I'm going to provide, it is also available in public domain, or else you can read the economic survey, so to have a much better idea. Then we will also be discussing the receipts and expenditure of the government of India pertaining to the budget plan. So what is fiscal policy? Like monetary policy, fiscal policy deals with the altering the volume and pattern of revenue and expenditure between the by the government, and how it gets balanced. Usually government revenue and government expenditure should be same. If the government revenue is higher, it is good, but if the government expenditure is higher than the revenue, then the economy will be facing deficit. So in that case, government has to borrow from different sources and it has to settle the deficit. So it is also one of the tools for controlling inflation. Like monetary policy, fiscal policy also serves as a tool for controlling the inflation. Like monetary policy, fiscal policy also has some objectives. We will discuss the objective one by one. That is, the first objective is to maintain the economic stability. That is to bring stable prices all over the country and to achieve full employment. This is also we discussed when discussing the monetary policy. And fiscal policy also helps to provide social justice. It is every section of the society should develop. So focus will be given on such aspect in the fiscal policy. Fiscal policy also helps to promote the exports and introduce import substitution. It also helps to mobilize the more public revenue through reallocation of the existing resources. The ultimate aim of fiscal policy is to achieve a balanced growth across regions. There are some instruments like monetary policy. We discussed some instruments. In fiscal policy also, we have some instruments to tackle any deviation in the economy. The popular fiscal policy instruments are taxation, that is levying tax to the public. That for one such example is income tax. Then we have public borrowing. If there is any deficiency in the government between government revenue and expenditure, so it can be set right by public borrowing. Then another instrument is deficit financing. So that is also an option through which fiscal policy can be implemented. That is, deficit financing is government will be more than the government revenue, because when the economy is having a slowdown, like what we faced during the COVID-19. So in that case, what should be the objective of the government is to spend more so that the economy revived. So that situation is called as deficit finance. A couple of slides will be the key features of budget. So I will not be spending much time on informing this, because this is self-explanatory, and much of this information is available in the public domain also. But briefly, I will tell what are the key features of budget. The main aim of the present budget is focusing on growth and all-inclusive welfare. Inclusiveness has been added not only in this budget but almost in all the recent budget. Emphasis was given on promoting technology-based development, energy transition, and climate action. Then virtuous cycle starting from private investment, then crowded in by public capital investment. So investment focus also has been given in the present budget. The main aim of the budget is to strengthen the infrastructure by focusing on 4 priorities. That is Prime Minister's Gati Shakti, that is a scheme. Then we have inclusive development, as I already told. Then productivity enhancement and investment, emphasis on sunrise opportunities like technologies, recent high-end technologies. Then financing investment. So these are the areas through which infrastructure can be strengthened. So the remaining slides, I think we already discussed when we are, we already discussed on the topic inflation. So I'll be skipping this. So there are certain areas wherein budget has been focused. One is greater fiscal space to different states. Then agriculture was also one of the important sector where emphasis was given. Particularly in this budget, the crop loss assessment, then digitization of land record, then spraying of insecticides and other nutrients has been thought of implemented through using the drones. And focus is also given on micro, small and medium enterprises and industries. So in this, they try to link all the portals so that the beneficiaries can be, the benefits can reach the beneficiary at right time without any duplication. And focus is also given on education, particularly online education, by increasing the quality of the content as well as delivery. Then public capital investment also is one area wherein focus was given. Then social benefits like Saksham Anganwadi, that is also one area where focus was given so that nutrition and health aspects can be increased. Then energy transition and climate action is also one area wherein a sufficient amount of budget has been allocated. So why I'm saying this is whenever you talk about fiscal policy, government has to prioritize the sectors wherein it has to spend so that in the long term economic growth and development will be achieved more than the desired target. And one area like sunrise opportunity, that is focus on research and development in sunrise opportunities like artificial intelligence, then geospatial system, capturing the crop loss using drones, then semiconductor and its ecosystems, investment in space economy, genomics, pharmaceuticals. So these are some of the areas where a sufficient amount of budget has been allotted in the present fiscal. So this slide shows the receipts and the expenditure for the government of India. So you can see the left side, if you can see the pie chart. So in that you can see what are the revenue for the government. For example, government has earned almost 16% from GST, goods and service tax. Then 5% of the total revenue comes from the customs. Then 15% of the total revenue comes from the income tax. Like that, we have different components contributing to the total revenue of the government. On the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, you can see the different, the numbers where details are given on revenue receipts, capital receipts, and total. That is the revenue, different items of revenue, and the different items of expenditure, which is given in serial number 9. So basically, government has to spend based on the level of revenue, but sometimes when the economy is facing slowdown, so government has to borrow from different sources like World Bank. Then it has to, spend more amount so that the economy can be revived from slowdown. So this pictorial will give an idea about the quantum of revenue and spending for different items. The size of the circle depicts the level of either revenue or expenditure. So with this, we are closing the lecture on fiscal policy. We will be moving to the next unit. So in the unit 4, so far, including the past week, we have been discussing on different topics like macroeconomics. In that, objectives of economic policies have been discussed, that different national income concepts have been discussed, and what are the different approaches, what are the factors determining the national income, and what are the difficulties in measuring the national income, what are the economic indicators through which you can assess the economic growth, and what are the key economic indicators. So these are all the information we have discussed under macroeconomics. Then we discussed some information on employment and unemployment in India, the basic concepts, what are the different types of unemployment, and how technology and employment is related. Then we discussed the different aspects of business cycle, what are the characteristic features, what are the theories and phases of business cycle. Then in lesson 11 on inflation, we discussed what are the basic concept in defining inflation, and what are the different types of inflation, what effects it brings to the economy, and finally, we also discussed about the different methods of controlling the inflation. Of course, monetary policy and fiscal policy is one of the ways through which you can control inflation. In today's class, we discussed monetary policy and fiscal policy. The objectives and features of monetary and fiscal policy. Then what are the limitations of monetary policy, and in fiscal policy, we also discussed about the key features of budget. So with this, we are wrapping up the unit 4. Then we are moving to the new unit as per the study material, that is on economic environment and transition in Indian economy. So we are having a couple of lectures to wrap up the course. Today I will be completing this lesson. In this lesson, we will be discussing on what is economic growth and how India has transformed after the implementation of the new economic policy, and what are the effects of LPG, that is liberalization, privatization and globalization. So that information we will be discussing in this lecture. So this is the outline of the present lecture, that is what is the difference between economic growth and development, what are the different sources of economic growth and development, then before and after implementation of the economic policy, what is the experience of India, then the effects of liberalization, privatization and globalization. So all this information we will be discussing in this lecture. Now let us have some conceptual clarity on economic growth and development. So we usually use this term economic growth, economic development synonymously. But the question is whether growth and development, whether it is same or it is different. Obviously, it is different. So generally, when we talk about economic growth, it is always quantitative in nature. So that is like income increase, GDP increase. So that is directly we are saying that the national level or national income level of a country increases. So that is one indicator of economic growth. But what is economic development? Economic development deals both quantitative as well as qualitative aspect. That is not only the income of the country increases, but also the well-being of the citizens in the country also increases. That is standard of living increases. So when you deal the dimension both quantitatively and qualitatively, then you can call it as economic development. So when you take one indicator, for example, GDP. So GDP, increase in GDP, it is called as economic growth. Increase in real GDP, then it is called as economic development. Real GDP means GDP adjusted to inflation. So for any macroeconomic policy, the main objective is to achieve economic growth. So economic growth is a prerequisite for economic development. So growth rate means that is the ratio between national income and population. So that is called as growth rate. In this case, Y is the national income, that is NNP, net national product at factor cost, and P is the population level in the economy. So the ratio between these two gives an indicator for economic growth. So when we say economic growth, it arises out of several factors. So that can be grouped under two classes. One is economic factors and another one is non-economic factors. Under economic factors, there are a lot of factors like natural resources. So when the economy is abundant with natural resources like water, then coal, then rich in biodiversity, then the economy will be having a good prosperity in the future. Then human resource and population growth is also another economic factor that has a linkage with the economic growth. Then capital formation and accumulation. That is, public should have the intents to save. So from savings, it will be directed to investment. So saving should be one of the intention of the people in an economy. So from savings to investment, the material it can be materialized through capital formulation. Then technological progress. Whenever there is any new or what you call equipped technology is introduced, then if a particular country is adopting that, then it will help for economic growth. Then entrepreneurship is one factor which helps for economic growth. Then investment criteria is another factor. Then removal of market imperfection. So when the market is working towards perfect nature, then the economic growth can be, desired level of economic growth can be attained. Then capital output ratio, that is also another dimension which has a linkage with the economic factor. So there are other factors which can be classified under non-economic. For example, desire for, people should have the desire for development. So with that desire only, people can save more money, and that can be accumulated and desired for, directed for investment. Then widespread education is another non-economic factor through which the society can grow at a faster rate. So apart from that, social and industrial reforms will help the economy to grow. Then finally,
sir.
Hello.
Sir?
Yeah, tell me.
So will you please explain to the economic factor?
Economic
Factor?
So economic factor means any variable which can be quantified and which is having a direct linkage with the economic growth. So whichever factor you are saying, this has some economic value. Okay. It's called as economic factor. So this of the factors you can classify directly as non-economic. For example, social and industrial reforms. You cannot call it as an economic factor. If you want to you should call it as social factor. Okay, not economic factor. Did you get it?
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So another non-economic factor is good government. The establishment of consistent law and order, which is also an essential for economic. So to have some policies that is intended for desired level of economic growth, there should be some prerequisite for an economy, so that it can move towards the targeted level of economy. First one is the population growth. So if your country is having too much of population, then obviously it will affect the economic growth. So there should be optimum population, and among that particular population, a large proportion should be should be in the labor force. Okay. Otherwise, if there are too many children and too many older people, then they will not contribute to the economic growth. Another prerequisite is removal of monopoly. So monopoly power should be removed from the production capacity, so that everyone has some competition, so that efficiency will increase. The third prerequisite is optimum utilization of resources, whether it is a natural resource or man-made resource, that should be optimally utilized. Optimum means the level at which you get maximum profit. That is called as optimum. Then development planning. So you should have some a plan through which the target level of economic growth can be achieved. Then financial stability. So that is also a prerequisite. That is, you should have a well structured financial system in the country. So there are some action points as discussed by Mayer and Baldwin. Action point is government may establish market which results in competition, then ultimately efficiency will increase. The other action point is government may establish enterprises at high risk and having low profit, maybe at the initial stage. Then another action point is government direction is needed to promote the external economy so that balanced growth can be achieved. So these are some of the action points suggested by Mayer and Baldwin. So now let us have some discussion on role of Indian government with respect to the growth and development. The government of India has already set up an organization called CSO, that is Central Statistical Organization, which monitors the economic growth and expenditure of various goods and services. If you Google the website and search for CSO, you can get a lot of data pertaining to the economic growth. So this valuable information will help to track the economic transition of India. So when you talk about economic transition, you can easily distinguish the the country before and after the new economic policy, which was implemented during early 1990s. So before the adoption of new economic policy, India was experiencing autarky, that is self-sufficiency, because it has a closed economic system. There was no open economic system. So whatever is produced within the country, it is consumed within the country. There was centralized planning. So whatever decisions has been taken, that was taken by the, not only taken, that was controlled by the central government. Then that time there was a protectionist trade policy. So whatever the trade policy formulated and implemented by the Indian government, it was closed. There was no openness in trade. So that is why it is called as protectionist trade policy. Again, there are some instruments, but of course this is beyond the scope of this subject. Then India also had a high level of tariff and non-tariff barriers, so which is called as which is again related to the trade protectionism. When you have the higher level of tariff, obviously exporters will not move their goods and services to a country which is having higher level of tariff or non-tariff trade. So what Indian government did is the capital market was completely controlled by the government of India, and India has been adopting import restrictions with large import substitutions over a period of time. Then the state-owned public industries were witnessing a structural transformation, and most of the industries were owned by the either by central government or state government before the economic reforms. Because after economic reforms, privatization came into the picture. The financial sector also was controlled and monitored by the government. There was little role by the private sector. Reservation policies like quota system were followed for imports, that is only a particular quantity can be imported. So these are all some of the policy instruments through which you can regulate the trade. And the markets for all the commodities were regulated by the government. Of course, there is still an argument that government should regulate the market, and some will argue that government should privatize so that efficiency will increase. The argument still continues, but it is up to us to take which one is good and bad. And market prices was regulated with the help of price ceiling rather than by the interaction of demand and supply. So what happened after the post-transfer? Whatever I told, in a couple of slides, all this pertain to the pre-transition, that is before the adoption of new economic policy. Now let us have some discussion on the role of Indian government after transition, that is adoption of a new economic policy during early 1990s. In this era, deregulation and liberalization of the industries took place, and tariff structure witnessed a lower level, and import licensing requirement have been made transparent and easy. Export incentives were provided to the exporters so that they earn good foreign exchange. Special economic zones were established for promoting the exports as well as to encourage the trade. A single window licensing policy has been implemented. Then the policies led to decline in the incidence of poverty. Divestment of public sector units was also one of the major decision by the government, that is selling the public sector stock to the private. That is something like privatization towards the scenario of privatization. Then banking system and financial system have been liberalized to a larger extent, and then promotion of foreign direct investment, that is foreign companies have invested directly in the domestic country so that productive efficiency and use of other inputs like labor that has increased. Then tax incentives for capital investment in domestic as well as foreign markets was facilitated. Then exchange rate was managed in place of controlled exchange rate. That is, after liberalization, after transition, what happened? Most of the things were left with the market rather than by the force of the government. They were left with the interaction between demand and supply. Then portfolio investment also got strengthened after the transition. Even though there was a good economic growth after the transition, but there were some barriers also to contain to reduce the faster economic growth. One, the dimension for discussing the barrier is a low productivity level, because once the economy was opened, but that time the productivity level was very low to compete with the rest of the world. Then infrastructure deficiency was also there during that time. Then rising public sector debt, that is government borrowings and accumulated debt, very high during that time. Then high subsidies that fostered inefficiency, because before transition, government gave a lot of subsidies. So it will take time to move from such a scenario of giving high subsidies to reducing the subsidy level. Then low literacy rate, that is another barrier for faster economic growth. Then demographic deficiency that did not support the policies of the country. Then rigid labor laws. Then the function of the judicial system that also didn't support the liberalization of the country. Then there were several campaigns against this. Regarding the new economic policy. So though it is an economic decision, but sometimes it may turn as a political decision also. Then corruption was another barrier to the targeted economic growth. So all these barriers, not only in India, but it exists in the rest of the world also. So what happened after the transition in India? So India has witnessed a large potential market, not only in the urban region, but also in the rural region. Many have witnessed the booming IT sector and biotech sector. In the past 2 decades, if you see, there was enormous growth in the IT and biotech sector. Then the professional, particularly the scientific manpower, has increased a lot. India is having one of the largest qualified manpower across the countries. Now the trend has started towards decentralized. Earlier it was centralized policy, now it is decentralized. That is focusing more on the grassroots level. And after transition, India has become one of the dominant players in the South Asian region, particularly in global trade. Then competitive environment has already set in almost all spheres of life in the. So these are all some of the potential that we have witnessed in India after the transition phase. Now let us discuss the three components of transition, that is liberalization, privatization, and globalization, which is popularly known as LPG. So what is the need for liberalization? So India has enormous natural resource and abundant manpower, but if you look at the contribution to the world trade, which is less than 1%. Of course, if you discuss on the income level, we are one of the countries which is having a low per capita income and net national product. So obviously, to improve that, liberalization is recommended. So this happened under the direction of the former Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao. That time, Dr. Manmohan Singh was the finance minister, so he was one of the, what you call the chief who implemented the economic reforms, which helped the country to achieve a very high level. So, as I already told, the LPG model was developed in 1991 by Dr. Manmohan Singh under the direction of the Prime Minister Shri P.V. Narasimha Rao. During this phase, India has witnessed a structural change. The government has decided to transfer the institutions or organization coming under the public sector to private. But what happened because of loss making? There are no takers. So obviously, what happened? The government went for disinvestment, that is, selling the public shares to in open market. Then government permitted the private sector to set up individual units without licensing. So there were a lot of relaxations. The government also even approved 51% foreign direct investment. So a lot of relaxations have been given so that India has witnessed several changes in the structural system. So what are the reasons for implementing the LPG? As I already told, that excess consumption and expenditure over revenue has been experienced. So this led to a huge level of borrowing by the government. So obviously, government was forced to think about new policies. There were a lot of mismanagement of firms in the economy, so that led to losses of public sector enterprises. Then there were various distortions like poor technological development, shortage of foreign exchange, and mismanagement of foreign exchange reserves. So these all led to distorted growth. And apart from that, as a period of time, the burden of national debt has increased, and this accompanied by inflationary pressure. This put together and led to the thought of implementing the LPG. But still, though the country has witnessed a good growth after the implementation of the policies, new economic policies, but there are some weakness that has been discussed in the literature. One is a narrow focus, then it didn't focus on a broad perspective. Then another point of discussion is the free entry of multinational corporation. Because most of the time what happens, the multinational corporation, they focus only on the profit rather than service. And agriculture sector was bypassed, so this is one weakness in LPG. And capital intensive development, that is another weakness. The new economic policy also facilitated more import rather than import substitution. So these are all some of the factors that can be called as weakness in the implementation of the LPG. So now let us discuss component wise what is liberalization, then what is privatization, and what is globalization. So let us start the discussion on liberalization. Liberalization means you are giving some relaxation. So relaxation is given by the government in implementing the social and economic policies. So similarly, if you are giving some liberalization on the trade, that is removing the tariff structure so that free movement of goods and services happens between the country, then that is called as trade liberalization. So obviously, liberalization is the prerequisite for privatization. So once you are liberalizing the economy, it means that in the future you are going to privatize the sectors. So for this, the capital market should be well structured and well developed so that whatever changes is happening in the economy, it should adjust and adapt. During the liberalization time in India, the people were allowed to start their business without getting any license, only with the exception of few fields. So because of that, what happens? A number of firms have started domestically, which increased the production and which ultimately led to the expansion of the market in the business. So coming to the next component, privatization. So privatization means it is a transfer of assets or service which was owned by the government, that is public, that got transferred to private ownership, either to franchising or leasing or contracting or even diversion. So there are different ways through which privatization can be made by sale of part of nationalized industries to the private. That is one. The other thing is a sale of individual assets of the government to the private, or else creation of competitive spirit to the private sector. That is also another dimension through which privatization can be made. So basically, privatization will help the public sector to modernize, diversify, so that business becomes more competitive. Ultimately, it gets reflected in the efficiency, so that the social justice and public welfare is maintained. Of course, there were some arguments in favor of privatization. There were some arguments, there were some supporting statements with respect to privatization. So regarding the argument, the first component is cost. That is, private sector usually has well productive efficiency. Therefore, the cost of production have become less than the cost of the goods produced in the public enterprise. That is, towards the favor towards privatization, because once the cost of production gets reduced, obviously that gets reflected in the profit level. Then second one is the choice. As a consumer, you have a different choice of goods with a better quality. The innovation is another dimension where the private sectors have implemented, so that the efficiency has increased. Then privatization also reduced in public borrowing and state spending, because once it gets privatized, obviously the government earnings from privatization will help to balance the government spending and government revenue. There are some problems in the privatization, because once you sell completely or a part of the sector, that may create some monopoly, and in future it may create some inequality in the pricing, which may lead to negative externalities. This may be a very serious issue in long term. Only through creation of competition and with regulatory measures we can manage the problems of privatization. Of course, complete privatization also is not advisable, and complete public owned, that is also, you should have a so that efficiency and social welfare is taken care. There were some statements towards public sector by the government, lower cost, then better management and control of police. Once you are privatized, then monopoly power may increase. Then fair distribution of resources. Generally, once you privatize, fair distribution of resources will not take place. But whereas when the assets are owned by the government, there may be a lot of chances of fair distribution of resources. So these are all some of the reasons which favors for government owning and running the firms. So the last component is globalization. I think our time is also close to 12. So what I'll be doing is I'll be continuing this topic tomorrow, and we will wrap up the course also. If there are any clarification or doubts in the topics which we have discussed today, that is fiscal policy, monetary policy, and economic growth and LPG. If you have any doubts or any clarification, you can ask me now, or else you can either text me or email me. So Thank you all for joining today. So we will meet tomorrow and we will have the final wrap up for this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good
afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Let us see today, last unit, cost sheet, cost accounting and variance analysis, right? Cost accounting. What is cost? Do you have any idea about cost? What is cost?
Amount which you are spending to acquire something.
Very good. The amount which is spending or incurring to produce any product or services, that is called cost, right? So when why cost accounting is needed? What is the necessity? Cost accounting, it is cost accounting, costing is ascertainment of cost, right? Cost means what is this amount we are spending to incur the producing product, right? What is costing? Costing means ascertainment of cost. What is the cost of product that we need to ascertain? Why we need to ascertain the cost of product? We need to determine the price. We have to fix the selling price. How do you fix the selling price? We need to know what is the cost we are incurring, right? So then we have to add some percentage of profit. Then only we can find out what is the selling price, right? So the cost accounting, it is a application. We can say it is a application or tools or techniques for ascertainment of cost. This analysis which is required, very essential for not only for fixation of selling price, but also cost control is very, very important thing. If there is no system of controlling system in your business concern, what will happen? The cost will be more. You have to compete with your competitor in market, local market or international market, whatever it is. So if your product selling price, if it is less than the other comparative your competitor, then only you will capture your market. So you should be very, very careful about controlling cost controlling system, right? So this cost we can classify under various scales, that is elements of cost. So cost, elements of cost is nothing but what is the classifications of cost. So generally cost we can classify under 3 categories. One is material, labor and expenses, right? So material, direct material, what is the raw material you are spending? That is both direct material as well as indirect material you have to incur the expenditures. Labor, similarly labor, that is wages. You are giving wages, direct wages for producing the product. That is called direct wages, right? So you have to spend some other indirect wages for producing the thing, that is indirect wages. Expenses, some expenses may be directly incurring for producing these direct overheads. Expenses is nothing but we can say it is a overheads. Then indirect expenditures also we have to incur various other expenditures. So further, these all indirect expenses we can categorize under production overhead, administration or office overhead, sales overhead and distribution overheads. Okay. So these are all elements of cost. I have given explanation for all these costs, right? Let us see cost sheet. We need to prepare cost sheet. We need to prepare cost sheet to find out what is the total cost or cost per unit. We have to ascertain the cost. Ascertainment of cost, the preparation of statement is called cost sheet or statement of cost. This is the specimen I have given. See here, open. This is the statement. Opening stock of raw material. We can say direct material, direct labor, direct overheads. If you add these three costs, that is called prime cost, right? Direct material, we may have opening stock of raw material as well as closing stock of raw material. In that case, how to find out what is the direct material we have consumed or used for the production, that we need to find out, right? So for finding the what is the material used or produced, used or consumed for the production, that is called opening stock of raw material. Add purchases of raw material during this period, during month or during the year, whatever it is. Cost sheet you can prepare even for week or monthly or yearly, 3 months once, whatever it is you can prepare. It is not like a financial statement. Financial statements at the end of the year, you have to prepare. Cost sheet is not like that. You can anytime, any number of days also you can prepare, right? So opening stock of raw material plus purchases. If you have done any carriage expenditures for bringing the raw material into your production, that also you have to add. Any not only carriage inwards of raw material, import duty. But if you suppose raw material, if you are importing from other country, that import duty will be added with this cost. Okay, so whatever be the direct expenses you have done related to raw material, you have to add. Less closing stock of raw material, that is called cost of material consumed or used for the production, that is direct material. Then add direct labor or direct wages. Direct labor or direct wages means what is the wages you are paying for the workers for the production of your goods and services, that is direct wages. Direct expenditure, whatever be the expenditure you have done directly for the involving for producing the product, that is direct expenditure. If you add these three things, that is called prime cost, right? After this finding the prime cost, you have to add factory or works overheads, that is indirect expenses. What are all the indirect expenses? Factory or production or works overheads. If you add, that is called works cost. After finding the works cost, if you add office or administrative overheads, that is called cost of production. Cost of production plus selling and distribution overheads, that is called total cost or cost of sales, right? Total cost or cost of sales. So a cost of sales plus add, if you add some profit, that is called sales. This is the statement of cost or cost sheet. So what are all the expenditure will not be shown in the as a cost sheet? Financial expenditure. In profit and loss account statement, we used to show cash discount, interest paid, preliminary expenses written off, goodwill written off, provision for taxation. This is non-cash expenditures, non-cash and non-trading expenditures. And financial income tax paid, dividend paid. These are all financial expenditures that we will show actually in the profit and loss account debit side. Right? So these are the expenditures we should not shown in under the cost sheet. Why? Because we have to find out what is the true expenditure, actual expenditure incurred for the production of products. We need to find out what is the cost of producing the goods per unit. Okay, so let us see one problem, we will understand, right? See this problem. Prepare a cost sheet of the following data relating to the manufacturing of jeans. See here, the expenditures are given. This is the problem, this is solution I have prepared. Number of jeans manufactured during the month, 1000. Number, units, not rupees. Okay, direct materials consumed, 20,000. Direct labor 8,000, indirect labor. So all these expenses are given. Note, a profit margin of 20% on the total cost of goods is expected on the sale of jeans. So we have to prepare cost sheet. This is the cost sheet specimen. First you have to write direct material. Direct material consumed is itself, it is given in the problem. You have to take that directly. No need to add opening and closing, adjust, right? So suppose purchase of raw material if it is given, opening stock of raw material and closing stock of raw material if it is given in the problem, you have to adjust and find what is the direct material used or consumed for the production. Okay, so here see here direct material 20,000, direct labor 8,000, so totally 28,000 you write in the inner column. That is if you add direct expenditure, it is not given in the problem. You see here direct expenditure is not given, only direct material and direct labor we have. So add these two things are called prime cost. With the prime cost we need to add factory or works overheads. Factory or works overheads, what are all? The indirect labor, supervision cost, factory premises rent, factory lighting, oil for machine we use in factory. So oil for machines, depreciation of machine, even though if it is a non-cash expenditure, we are treating it as expenditure for the ascertainment of cost. Even depreciation of expenditure we need to take it here. Okay, so all these are factory expenditures. If you add with the prime cost, that is called works overhead, works cost, right? Works cost plus office or administrative overheads. What are all they? Office overheads, office salaries, miscellaneous office expenditure. In these three expenditure, if you add with that, that is called cost of production, right? Cost of production. After finding the cost of production, we have to add selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution is given 6,000. Cost of production we have find out 45,300 plus selling and distribution overhead 6,000. So cost is 51,300. So in this case, a profit margin of 20% on the total cost of goods. Total cost of goods is how much? Cost of total cost we have already find out 51,300 into 20%, that is 10,260. So totally, total sales. So this total amount is sales 61,560. Per unit cost also you need to find out. That is one column you prepare per unit. 1,000 units totally 1,000. That is number of units is 1,000 units. So 28,000 divided by 1,028 rupees. So 6,300 divided by 1,000 units. That is per unit you have to calculate. So total cost per unit is 51 rupees 30 paise, and total sales value 61 rupees 656 paise. So this is the cost sheet. Okay. Do you have any doubt in this? Anybody?
No, ma'am.
Yes. Suppose I myself say one example. Here in the problem it is given profit margin of 20% on total cost of goods. Total cost of goods we know, so directly 51,300 into 20 by 100 we are calculating. Suppose 20% in the same problem, if it is given 20%, if it is given on sales, 20% given on sales. How will you find out sales? We do not know. If we know profit, cost we know. If we know profit, then only we can find out sales. 20% if it is given on sales, wait. %, on sales. It is given, right? So how you find out that is what is the profit percentage is given, that is 20%, 20 divided by 100. Sales you take it as 100. 100 minus this profit percentage, that is 20 divided by 100 minus 20. That means 80. 20 divided by 20 divided by 80. Okay. So what is the 1 by 4? 1 by 4, or we can say, if you want to say in percentage, how will you say? 1 by
25%.
25%. Very good, very good. 25% on
25%.
right? 20% profit if it is given on sales, you need to find out what is the profit percentage on cost. So what is the formula? What is the profit percentage is given, divided by 100 minus the same profit percentage. You can find out what is the profit percentage on cost. Okay. So here we have find out here 25% on cost. Okay. Do you understand this? This is sometimes maybe in your problem, the examination point of view, for making confusing you, they may give you like this. So you should be very carefully read the problem. Profit percentage of what is given on cost of sales. That you should be very carefully read, and you have to work out according to that. Okay?
Okay.
Right? Can we go next one? See next problem. One more problem let us do. This cost sheet with all adjustments, right? See here, the Bangalore Limited, supplies you the following information and requires you to prepare cost sheet. Stock of raw material on 1st September, stock of raw material 30th September, direct wages, indirect wages, sales, work in progress. What is work in progress? Work in progress is nothing but semi-finished goods in the factory. In factory, some goods it is in process, not yet completed, the finished goods. Only 50% material maybe you may have added, 50% work might be over. That is called work in process. So work in process, opening work in process and closing work in process. Then purchase of raw material, factory, all these things are given, right? So let us prepare cost sheet. So opening stock of raw material, it is given 75,000. Add purchases of raw material. What is given here? See here. Purchases of raw material 66,000 is given. Add. Then any expenses related to purchase of raw material you have to add. So what is given? Expenses on purchases. Purchases means raw material, right? So expenses on purchases or carriage inverse of raw material. If it is given, you have to add it here. Okay. So expenses on purchases, add 1,500. So totally it is 1,42,500. Deduct closing stock of raw material. Closing stock of raw material is 91,500. So if you adjust all these things, materials consumed is we can calculate it, that is 51,000. Okay. Opening stock plus purchases plus expenses minus closing stock of raw material. So totally it is 51,000 materials consumed. Direct wages, it is given 52,500. There is no direct expenditures are given. So total prime cost is 1,03,500. So let us add factory overheads. So factory overheads, when you are adjusting, you have to adjust opening work in process and closing work in process. Opening work in process, that is, it is given 28,000 plus factory overheads. What are all the factory overheads? Factory rent and rate, depreciation of plant and machinery, then only indirect wages. Indirect wages, here it is given. Indirect wages 2,750. If you add all these things, less closing work in progress 35,000. That if you add with the prime cost, that is called works cost. Works cost, after finding the works cost, if you add office or administrative overheads, that is called cost of production. Office or administrative overheads, what is given here? See here. Office rent and taxes 2,500. Only one item is given. Okay. Office rent and taxes 2,500.
2,500.
Selling and distribution expenditure. Advertising, carriage outwards, traveler wages, or commission given for a salesman, then warehouse expenditure. Warehouse expenditure, if it is for finished goods, it is a selling and distribution. If it is a raw material, we have to take into the direct material. Okay. So here, these are all selling and distribution expenditure. If you add office and administration expenditure with the works cost, that is cost of production. After finding the cost of production, you need to adjust opening stock of finished goods and closing stock of finished goods. See here, finished goods opening stock 54,000 is given. Finished goods closing stock 31,000 is given. So if you adjust this, that is called cost of goods sold. Cost of production plus opening stock of finished goods minus closing stock of finished goods. That is called cost of goods sold. Okay. Cost of goods sold, if you add all selling and distribution overheads, that is called cost of sales. Cost of sales, if you add profit, that is called sales. In this problem, profit is given in your problem, sales is given. See here, sales 2 lakhs given. We know total cost. What is the balancing figure? That is 44,250 is the profit. 2 lakhs minus 1,55,750 is the total cost of sales. So profit is 44,250. You understand? This is the cost sheet or statement of cost. Sometimes they may ask you for 20 marks question or 10 marks question. Or otherwise, in small 6 marks question, they may ask you to find out what is cost of production or what is the stock closing stock value. For adjusting this closing stock value, finished goods we can find out after calculating all these things. Okay, so definitely one problem you can expect for the examination point of view, any section C or B or A, you can find out that is cost sheet. Or theory question they may ask, what are the elements of cost or what are the classification of cost. So what are the classification, that is overheads, or some overheads, what are the so what are the expenses covering and selling and distribution, what are the expenses covering production overheads, like that they may ask. Or sometimes they may ask you what is the advantage of cost accounting or what is the difference between cost accounting and financial accounting. Financial accounting, you know very well, that is the historical information that is what is actually happened. That is historical information we are recording in the books of accounts. Here, cost accounting, it is the predetermined thing. We are finding the ascertainment of cost. For financial statement, we are preparing for the purpose of finding the trading profit, gross profit or financial position of the company at the end of the financial year. Cost sheet, we are preparing to ascertain the cost. The purpose of cost sheet, the preparation of cost sheet is to fixing the selling price and to controlling the cost and to take decision making, various decision making. That is why we are using it as a tool or technique or method of cost accounting, right? So you can write, you can think and write what is the difference between cost accounting and financial accounting. Okay, cost sheet, do you understand thing? Shall we go next one, standard costing or variance analysis? Do you have any doubt in the cost accounting or cost sheet?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
And we the cost, standard costing and variance analysis. So what is standard costing? Standard costing, that means it is, we can say it is a predetermined cost. Standard cost is nothing but it is a predetermined cost. So what if you want to produce 1 unit of output, what would be the material required for producing that product? So what would be the wages we need to pay? So what would be the overheads we have to spend? So if you are determined the thing, so 1 unit if you produce, how much expenditure you have to, that is normally in normal condition, how much we need to spend, right? That is called standard costing. The variance analysis is a technique, the technique of analyzing what is the differences or deviations between actual and standards. Standards is nothing but budgeting. right? We are preparing, if you are producing 1 unit of output, what would be the cost, material cost? What would be the material labor cost? So all these things you are predetermined, right? So in this case, actually maybe you may spend incurred for producing 1 unit of output. It may be more or less, right? You have to see the difference. Whether is it a favorable condition or unfavorable. This analysis helps for taking decision making. This is one of the controlling technique, cost controlling technique. If you have no controlling system, if you know, if you have actual expenditure is beyond your estimation, so where you can find out where is the problem occurred, why the expenditure it is more, we have incurred more. So all these things, when you are analyzing, you can control your cost. For taking decision making, various decision making, this standard costing and variance analysis we are using in cost accounting. Okay. So these are all the and then what are all the elements, all these things I have given here, you can read out. In variance analysis, various types of variance analysis we can analyze. So what are they? Material variance, labor variance, variable overhead variance, fixed overhead variance, sales variance. So these are all the 5 categories of variances we can find out, right? But as per your syllabus, material variance and labor variance is only are given, right? So only these 2 category problems you can prepare, that is enough. No need to go for variable, fixed overhead and sales variances. You will study elaborately. Finance students, MBA finance students in management accounting, all these things elaborately you will study, right? For accounting for manager, it is a general. So all managers should know elementary level. So what is basic things is required. Material and labor are the very basic thing. So that is why you need to know all this thing, right? See the formulas, you should thoroughly, you should know the formulas, then only we can find out the what is the difference between actual and standard, right? So direct material variances, indirect material variances. First one, direct material cost variance. Material cost variance, how it is occurring? The material cost variance, it is the difference between standard cost of actual output, standard cost of materials incurred for producing the actual output minus actual cost of material for producing actual output. That is, the formula is simply we can say it is a standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost means what? Standard quantity into standard price. What is actual cost? Actual quantity into actual price. This is the material cost variance. But you should be very careful. The standard quantity we have to take only based on actual output. Actual output, if you are producing 10 units, actual output. So what is the standard unit? Say for example, 2 unit is the standard. Per unit of output, material is required. So you have to calculate what is the 10 into 2, 20 units are or 20 units or 20 kgs required. That is standard quantity. Standard quantity you have to take it on based on actual output. You should be very careful, right? The next one, in this case you have to find out whether favorable condition or unfavorable. When you say it is a favorable, when you say it is unfavorable, standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost, if you get in positives, standard cost is more than the actual cost, it is favorable, isn't it? Actual cost is lesser, standard cost is more, so that is favorable. Suppose your actual cost is greater than your standard cost, that is unfavorable or adverse, right? You have to write like that. Next one, material price variance. Material price variance formula. Price, why difference between the price? Price variance is equal to standard price minus actual price into actual quantity. This quantity means input. Okay, so standard price minus actual price into actual quantity. Okay, the next one, material usage variance. What is material usage variance? Material usage. When you are using for production, so what is the deviation between actual and standard, right? So the formula is standard price into standard quantity minus actual quantity. So this is the material usage variance. Then material yield variance. Yield means output. Standard rate into actual yield or actual output minus standard output. This is the actual materials yield variance. Next one, material mix variance. Material mix variance is nothing but mix means if you are having 2-3 categories of raw material, due to if you are using in a standard, you may fix that material A 5 units, material B 2 units, material C 3 units, like that. But in actual condition, you may used for the production A or A, B, and that mixed may be varied. Okay. So due to this mixing of materials, we have to calculate material mix variance. The formula is generally material mix variance is equal to standard price into revised standard quantity minus actual quantity. Revised standard quantity, when we are calculating the problem, I tell you how to calculate. This revised standard quantity is nothing but that is total weight of actual mix divided by total weight of standard mix into that is standard quantity of particular material. We will do the problem, you will understand all these things. Okay. So these are the 5 formulas you have to prepare for material cost variance. See this problem. A manufacturing concern which has adopted standard costing furnished the following information. Standard material for 70 kg finished product, 100 kg of raw materials required. What is the meaning? Do you understand? Standard material for 70 kg finished product. If you want to get final product 70 kg, how much input is required? 70 kg is nothing but output. Okay. 100 kg of raw material is required. That means this is input. 100 kg is input. Price of standard material is rupees 1 per kg. Actual output is given 2,10,000 kg. Materials used 2,80,000 kg for actual. This is material input. This is output actual input. Cost of material total amount it is given 2,52,000. Calculate material usage variance, price variance, and cost variance. Right. So first of all, we need to find out some workings. So what is the standard cost? How much quantity we require? Right. So here, see here, 70 kg of output. If you want to produce finished product, how much standard quantity is required? 100 kg, right? So what is the actual output? Your standard quantity, you have to calculate what is the actual output. Actual output is 2,10,000. Okay, so 2,10,000. Here 70 kg. Okay, so 70 kg of output require 100 kg of raw material. What is your actual output? Actual output is 2,10,000 kg. So how much standard quantity, total standard quantity is required? 3 lakhs kg. Okay, do you understand this one?
Madam, what is the difference between this 3 lakh and the material used to 2,80,000 kg?
That is actual.
Actual.
2,80,000 kg is actually you have used for the production. This is standard. 3 lakhs kg is standard quantity required to produce 2,10,000 kg of output. Standard, it is given 70 kg of finished product. If you want to produce 100 kg of raw material is required. It is given common. We need to take into actual output, right? Standard quantity based on actual output we need to calculate. That is why here 70 kg of output if you produce, 100 kg of raw material is required, right? So what for 2,10,000 kg of output required? Now how much quantity, standard quantity of raw material is required? We are finding that is 3 lakhs. Then actual price per kg we need to find out, that is total actual cost is 2,52,000 divided by total actual material 2,80,000. Actual price per unit is 95. These two things are workings. Let us prepare a formula, right? First one, material usage variance. Let us prepare this one, material cost variance. See this C1, material cost variance. Material cost variance. Yes.
Madam, this 90 paisa is given in the question.
No, we have to find out. Question what is given? 2,80,000 actual quantity material input. Total cost, actual cost is 2,52,000 is given. What is per unit? We are finding here per unit. Actual
Per
price of material per unit is 90 paisa. We have calculated here based on the information given in your problem. Okay. Let us see this material cost variance. Material cost variance, what is the formula? Standard cost minus actual cost, right? Standard cost minus actual cost. What is standard cost? Standard quantity based on standard quantity based on actual output into standard price. Into standard price, right? Actual cost means actual quantity into actual price. Okay. So standard quantity here based on actual output we have calculated here 3 lakhs. So 3 lakhs into standard price, it is given 1 per kg, rupee 1 per kg, it is given in your problem. So 3 lakhs into 1 rupee, right? Actual quantity into actual price. Actual quantity is how much? 2,80,000. Per unit is 90 paisa we have calculated. Or you can take 2,52,000, it is given in your problem. So standard cost of material, how much it is? Standard cost of material is 3 lakhs. Actual cost is 2,52,000. Not into, it is minus. So what is your actual cost is lower than your standard cost. Is it favorable or adverse?
Favorable.
Favorable. Okay.
Favorable.
Favorable. 48,000. Do you understand this material cost variance?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let us see material price variance. Material price variance, what is the formula? Actual quantity into standard price minus actual price. We can say here actual quantity into standard price minus actual price. Shortly you can write. For your understanding, I have written fully, right? Shortly you can use formula like this: actual quantity into standard price minus actual price. Standard quantity, how much it is? It is already given in your problem, 80,000 into what is standard price? 1 rupee minus actual price is 90 paise, right? So 10 paise into 2,80,000. Is it favorable or adverse? Your actual price is lower, 10 paise lower than your standard price. So 28,000, it is favorable. Material price variance is 28,000. Then come to material usage variance. Material usage variance, what is the formula? Standard rate or standard price. Standard price into standard quantity based on actual output minus actual quantity. Okay, standard price is 1 rupee. Standard quantity based on actual output we have already calculated, that is 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs minus actual output is 2,80,000. So what is your remaining 20,000 into 1 rupee? 20,000. Is it favorable or adverse? Actual quantity you have used 2,80,000, but standard 3 lakhs. So you have material. It is favorable.
Favorable.
Okay, so now you can verify whether these three things are correct or not. Material cost variance is due to price variance and usage variance. Okay, so material cost variance is 48,000 favorable is equal to price variance is 28,000 favorable plus 20,000 usage variance is 20,000 favorable. So this both this side you have to get both amount 28 plus 20 48,000 favorable. You understand this? You can if you do this verification whether you have done correctly or not, you can verify yourself, right? Okay, do you have any doubt in this?
No, ma'am.
Can we go another problem?
Okay, ma'am.
Mixed variance, yield variance, including that we will do one more problem in this. See this problem. The standard mix to produce 1 unit of product is given. Material A, B and C. So 3 types of units you are producing. See here. The lines this. Okay, now issue. See here, material A, B and C standard mix are given. For how many units? Produce 1 unit. This one you have to be very carefully see. 1 unit of output if you want to produce, what is the sorry. Correct? Yes. 1 unit of output if you want to produce standard mix, it is given material A 60 units are required, B 80 units are required, C 100 units are required. So totally 240 units are required. This is standard. Okay. During the month of April, 10 units were actually produced. How many units you have actual production? Actual production is 10 units. Okay. This actual production is 10 units. So this is the actual state. This is also problem. Actual units given material A, B and C. 640 units, 950 units, 870 units used for production of 10 units of output. The total per unit cost is also given. Total cost is given, right? So let us prepare one workings. This is workings for finding what is the standard quantity, how much we have used to find producing 10 units. 1 unit it is given. We need to find out what for 10 units. Standard quantity based on actual output we have to calculate. Actual output is 10 units. Standard unit it is 1 unit. 240 units of input is required to producing 1 unit. So what for 10 units we need to find out, right? So this is the statement you calculate. A, that is 10 units of standard output, right? So 60 is required. 60 into 10, 600. 80 into 10, 800. 100 into 10, 1000. So material A, B, C, 2400 units inputs are required to produce actual 10 units of actual output. So actual output, no need to calculate. It is given in your problem. As it is, you take it and write. And this is the actual quantity, actual rate, amount, right? This is first workings, right? Let us prepare all material variances, material cost, price, usage, mix variance. 3 category of material are given. So we can find out mix variance and yield variance also. Okay. See here, first one, material cost variance. Material cost variance, what is the formula? Standard cost minus actual cost. What is standard cost? We have already calculated here in the statement. That is standard quantity 2400 units based on actual output. Actual output is 10 units. So 2400 into 10 units. Okay, 2400 input are required for producing 10 units of output. Total cost we have calculated here 50,000. So standard cost, take it here 50,000 minus actual cost 52,225. Okay, so now you compare this. Actual cost is greater than your standard cost. Is it adverse or favorable?
Adverse.
Adverse. We can see ADB. ADB means adverse, or you can put A, anything, no problem. Then material price variance. Material price variance, what is the formula? Standard price minus actual price. That is actual quantity into, I already told you the formula. Actual quantity to standard price. Sorry. Standard price minus actual price. Isn't it? So this is the formula. Material price variance, what is the formula? Actual quantity into standard price minus actual price. Standard price, what is given here? 3 category. Material A, B, C, do it separately. So 15 rupees, 20 rupees, 25 rupees. Actual prices 1750, 18, 2750. So actual quantity is, actual quantity you have to take it here, that is 640, 950, 870. Okay, so if you calculate what is the amount material A, actual price is greater, 17 rupees 50 paise greater than your standard price, so it is adverse. 1600 kg is adverse. Material B, 2 rupees lesser, actual price is lesser than your standard price, so it is favorable. Material C, 2 rupees 50 paise, it is greater than your standard, so it is adverse. So net we can find out 1 is adverse, 2 is adverse, 1 is favorable. What is the net value? Add 2175 plus 1600 minus favorable, the 9900 deducted. Net value is 1875 adverse. Right? This is the material price variance. The next one, material usage variance. Material usage variance, what is the formula? Standard price into standard quantity minus actual quantity. Standard ABC is do it separately. Material standard quantity we have already calculated 600, 800, 1000. Actual is 640, 950, 870. So what is the standard price? That is 15, 20 and 25. If you have calculated, see here, actual quantity is greater. So 640 is greater. That is more material you have used for producing output. So it is adverse. Okay. Material B, that also you have used more, 950. So adverse. Material C, actual is lesser. So it is favorable. What is the net value? 350 is adverse. Isn't it? 3000 plus 600, 3600 minus 3250 favorable. So what is the net value? Rupees 350 adverse. Let us see the verification. Material cost variance is 2225 adverse is equal to material price variance is net value 1875 adverse plus 350 usage variance adverse. So totally it is 2225 adverse. This is cost variance is over. Okay. Let us prepare what is the material mix variance and yield variance. See here. Material mix variance formula, standard price into revised standard quantity minus actual quantity. Right? Standard price into revised standard quantity minus actual quantity. This is the formula, right? After, if you write standard price after this bracket or front, whatever it is nothing wrong. Okay. See here, material A, revised standard quantity. That you see the workings, how we have calculated. Revised standard quantity means total weight of actual mix into standard material, that is concerned material you have used for production, divided by total weight of standard mix, right? So see here, total mix of total actual mix is 2460. Total standard mix is 2400. So individual standard material quantity, standard quantity required for production 600, 800, 1000. Okay. So now total actual mix is 2460. Total standard mix is 2400. Material A standard quantity, that is 600. You have to calculate for all three materials like this. This is called revised standard quantity. Okay. This revised standard quantity you apply here, that is 615 units minus actual quantity is 640. That is adverse. Your actual material mixing is greater, so it is adverse. Material B is also greater, so adverse. Material C mixing is lesser, so it is favorable. So net amount is 400 favorable, sorry 900 favorable. Okay. Then we need to calculate material yield variance. Material yield variance formula is actual yield minus standard yield into standard output price. Standard price of output per unit. Okay. So actual yield means what? Unit of finished product. Actual unit, it is given in your problem 10 units, right? So the actual yield is 10 units minus what is your standard yield, that we need to find out. How to find out standard yield? Yield means output. So what is the actual input? Total input is how much is we have used? 2460 quantity we have used. So what is our standard mix for producing 1 unit? 240 units are required, right? 240 units if you use, you are producing 1 unit. So if you are using 2460 units, what would be your output? Okay, that is the standard yield. You have to calculate standard yield. 2460 is the total actual material used for the production divided by what is the standard quantity per unit of output, that is 240. So actual standard yield we have calculated here 10.25 units. So standard yield is 10.25, right? Standard output price, that is output price we have total, see here, total cost of standard cost is 50,000 units. What is the output? 10 units. So what is per unit of output? 50,000 divided by 10 units. So 1 unit of output standard cost is 5,000. This 5,000, have you got it? That is 50,000 total cost divided by 10 units. So 5,000 rupees. Standard yield. Standard yield is 5,000 rupees. Do you understand this? So standard yield, actual yield is 10 units minus standard yield 10 units. Standard output price is 5,000, so it is adverse. 1,250 is adverse because standard output is greater than your actual output, so it is adverse, right? So you see here. Now this also verification you do, that is material cost variance is equal to material price variance plus mix variance plus yield variance, that is usage variance you have calculated here, no? Usage variance. This usage variance is due to mix variance and yield variance. Okay, that usage variance is price variance already we have calculated 1,875. Mix variance is 900 favorable. Your yield variance is 1,250 adverse. So to cost material cost variance, you have to get 2,225. Or we can say another way, another method. Material usage variance is equal to material mix variance plus material yield variance. Okay. See here, usage variance is how much? We have calculated here usage variance 350 adverse. So 350 adverse plus mix variance 900 favorable plus is equal to 900 favorable plus yield variance 1250 adverse. So 900 favorable, 1250 adverse. If you deduct 1250 minus 900 favorable, that is 350 adverse. Okay. You can do any way, any method. This usage variance is due to mix variance and yield variance. That you have to understand. Okay. Do you understand this?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, a doubt.
Yes.
Ma'am, in material price variance, please move to the earlier slide.
Which one, ma'am?
Material price variance.
Material?
Price variance.
Price variance, okay. This one.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, the calculation is okay. The figure 1600, 1900 and 2175. From which figure did you compare and have written AF and A? Adverse, favorable and adverse.
This actual and standard, you have to see the difference, ma. Standard price minus actual price. Standard price is 15 rupees. Actual price is 17 rupees 50 paise. Actual price is greater than your standard price. So it is adverse. You have to see the price.
Okay.
Here, see material B, actual price is 18 rupees. Standard price is 20 rupees. Right? So it is actual price is lower. So it is favorable. See material C, actual price is greater. So it is adverse.
Okay, ma'am.
In usage variance, you have to see the usages. Actual quantity, if you are using more, greater than your standard quantity, that means what? More material you have used for producing the product. That is adverse. Okay. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Any other doubts? Any other doubts in this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. After lunch, we can continue the same chapter, labor variance. We have one more thing, that is labor variance. The same things. Labor variance, so how we are preparing a material. Similar way, anyway, one or two problem we will calculate. And then after finishing this labor variance, let us have a discussion session. Whatever doubts, if you have, you note it down. And you, one by one, you ask me, I will clarify your doubts. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Let us go for lunch. Then sharply 2 o'clock, all of you join again. I will complete this labor variance and then let us go for doubt clearing session. Almost all units, I think we have covered. Is it anything omitted? Have you read your syllabus? We have covered all the syllabus, all the things. Whatever doubts you note it down. After doing this, we will clarify all your doubts. Okay. Okay. Bye.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Shall we start now?
Good
Yes,
afternoon.
ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon. Only 115 students are there. Okay, let us see labor variances. Like material variances, labor variances also we have to calculate labor cost variance, labor rate variance, labor efficiency variance. In material price variance, here we have to calculate rate variance. What is the rate per hour? Their material usage variance, instead of usage, here it is efficiency variance. Okay. So the formula for labor cost variance is equal to standard cost of labor. Standard cost of labor is
Your PPT is not visible.
not visible.
It's visible, madam.
Madam, it's visible, ma'am.
Wait, I refresh it. Huh?
No, it's visible already. Just again.
Now?
Okay, madam. Okay.
Yeah, now it's
Yes,
visible.
madam, it's visible.
It's visible.
Okay. Like material, material variance, we have to calculate labor variances. Labor cost variance formula is standard cost of labor minus actual cost of labor. That is a standard, that is a labor, how you have to calculate labor hours, how many hours he is working, number of units, material, kgs or units we need to calculate. In labor, we have to take it hours, number of hours. That is labor cost, standard cost is equal to, that is standard rate into standard hours based on actual output. How we have calculated standard quantity based on actual output. Similarly, standard hours, we have to calculate labor hours based on actual output we have to calculate. Minus actual rate into actual hours, right? Labor rate variance is equal to, labor rate variance is equal to actual hour into standard rate minus actual rate. Okay. Then labor efficiency variance is equal to standard rate into standard hour minus effective actual hour. Effective actual hour is nothing but, say for 10 hours is the actual hour. Only 9 hours are actually effective, that is machine running hour. 1 hour may be idle time due to current failure or machine breakdown. So that is called idle time, right? So in this case, idle time variance we have to calculate separately. That is idle hours into standard rate. Idle time variance is equal to idle hours into standard rate. Then labor mix variance. How we have calculated material mix variance, 2-3 kinds of materials if we are using for producing 1 unit of output. Likewise, labors can also be categorized into efficient labor, semi-efficient or inefficient labor, like that. Various categories we can classify. Under that, labor mix variance we can calculate. Labor mix variance is equal to standard cost of standard labor mix minus standard cost of actual labor mix. That is formula. Okay. Labor yield variance. Labor yield variance is equal to standard labor cost per unit of output into standard output per actual hour minus actual output. Okay. Let us see. Let us do one problem. We will understand with you, right? See here, India Limited manufactures a particular product. The standard direct labor cost of which is 120 rupees per unit, whose manufacture involves the following. That is type of workers, A type and B type. This is standard what is given? The standard direct labor cost of which is 120 per unit. Okay. Involves A type, B type. Okay. Totally 50 hours, A and B. Rate per hour 2 rupees, 3 rupees. Amount is this much is given. Okay. During the period, 100 units of the product were produced. The actual labor cost of which was as follows. That is the actual labor hours taken by A, 3,200 hours. Per rate is 1 rupee 50 paise. This is the total wages, right? These are the problems, informations are given. We need to calculate standard labor cost variance, labor rate variance, labor efficiency variance, and labor mix variance. First, let us do some calculations, because standard hours based on actual output we have to calculate, right? Actual output is 100 units. Here it is given standard labor 30 hours and 20 hours for 1 unit of output. What for 100 units, right? So 30 A type worker, 30 hours are required for 1 unit of output. What for? 100 units of output. So 100 into 30, 3000 hours. A. B, 20 into 1000, sorry, 100, 2000 hours. Actual, what is given, you have to take it as it is 3200, 1900, right? So this is workings, basic workings you have to calculate first. Then let us calculate labor cost variance. Labor cost variance is equal to standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost already we have calculated here. Standard quantity, like standard hours based on actual output, that is 100 units of actual output. How many hours are required? 5000 hours. The total cost of standard cost is 12,000. Standard actual cost is 12,400. So 12,000 minus 12,400. Actual cost is greater than the standard cost, 400 is adverse. Okay. Labor rate variance. Labor rate variance, what is the formula? Standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. Standard rate 2 rupees for A, B actual is 1.50. So rate, actual rate is lower, so it is favorable. B, one second. Actual labor rate 4 rupees greater than the standard in case of B. So it is adverse. So net effect is 300 adverse. Let us see labor rate variance. See rate now efficiency variance. Efficiency variance formula is standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Standard hour is 3000 hours, 2000 hours. Here actual hours is 3200 hours, 1900 hours. So actual hours are greater in case of A, so it is adverse. In case of B, actual hours are lower, so it is favorable. Net effect is 100 adverse. Material mix variance. Material mix variance, sorry, labor mix variance formula, revised standard hour minus actual hour into standard rate. Once again. Right, revised standard hour, how we have to calculate? That is actual mix. Actual total mix is 5100. Actual total mix is 5100 divided by standard standard mix. Total standard mix is 5000 into individual standard labor hour 3000. Okay. So revised standard hour for A is 3060, for B is 2040. So if you calculate, actual labor, actual hours is greater in case of A, so it is adverse. In B, actual hours are lower than revised standard hour, that is favorable. So net effect is 140. Now you can do verification, that is standard verification. That is labor cost variance is equal to labor rate variance plus labor efficiency variance. That is 400 adverse equal to rate variance 300 adverse plus efficiency variance is 100 adverse. In this problem, idle time is not mentioned. If it is idle time, if it is given, we have in you efficiency variance, you have to add idle time variance also. Okay. So totally 400 adverse. Okay. Anything else? Get all your variances. We have completed all our syllabus. If you have any doubt, you can ask your doubts.
Madam, how can we get the this PowerPoint presentation? It will be helpful.
Huh? Yes.
How can we get this PowerPoint presentation? It will be very useful to study.
Yes, we will upload in our website. You see our website under the menu DDE, that website site, student support services menu, under that student zone. You click PPT, all the PPTs what we have presenting here, but in PDF format we have uploaded in our website already. Previous weeks we have uploaded. This week also we will upload it. Okay, you can verify in that. You can ask your doubts related to your subjects. You can question papers also, it is on our website. You can download and practice some problems. So whatever, if you have already practiced the previous problems, we can discuss it now. Any doubts? If you have any doubts, we can discuss it. One by one, you can raise your questions. Yes. Any doubt? Anybody else? Do you have any doubt? From first unit onwards, I am asking. Final accounts. Okay. Let me tell from the beginning what are the units, what are the chapters we have studied. So what are all the importance for the examination point of view? What are the things, how to prepare? You have to practice the problems. Many problems you have to practice. Each problem are distinguished from its adjustments points, right? So you have to practice many problems, and then only you can, within the 3 hours we can do all the problems. Okay. First chapter, first what you have studied, that is first basic accounting principles. Accounting principles, that is double entry system and single entry system of bookkeeping, and then double entry system, what are the rules, what is the accounting rules? Basic accounting rules is classified into, that is real account, personal account, real account and nominal account. Personal account, it is debit the receiver, credit the giver. Real account, it is debit what comes in, credit what goes out. Nominal account, debit all expenses and losses and credit all incomes and gains. Okay, this is the basic accounting principles. Based on this, various accounting concepts and conventions, that is guidelines. It is like guidelines to prepare the final statements. What are the concepts? That is accounting in a business entity concept, money measurement concept, cost concept, dual entity concept. So many concepts, and then conservatism for convention of conservatism, convention of disclosure, then convention of materiality. These are all accounting concepts and conventions. Then after studying all these things, you have to prepare journal entries. Journal entries, what is journal? Daily transactions you have to record in the primary set of book. That is daily business transactions, how we have to enter debit and credit. So how we have to debit the account and credit the account depends upon the transaction. That is accounting principles based upon our accounting double entry system principles, right? After preparation of journal, you have to prepare ledger accounts. Ledger account, that is you have to classify various accounts under various heads. So what is total purchases? What is total sales? So what is cash at the end of the month? How much you have to collect it from Mr. X? How much you have to pay for Y? Like that. So you have to classify under ledger accounts. That ledger balances you may have debit balances or credit balances. All the debit balances and credit balances you have to bring into one statement. That is called what? That is called statement of trial balance. Okay, that is called statement of trial balance. Statement of trial balance, you have to statement of trial balance is preparing for the purpose of mathematical accuracy of bringing all debit and credit balances of ledger accounts, right? After preparing the trial balance, you have to prepare final statements. Under final statements, what are the things are there? That is trading profit and loss account and balance sheet. You have to prepare. Trading account, you have to get find out gross profit. Profit and loss account, you have to find out net profit. Balance sheet, liabilities and assets will show the financial position of the company. Okay. Then some adjustment entries also there. Adjustment entries are related to depreciation, outstanding expenses, prepaid expenses, income earned but not received, and then drawings, interest on drawings, interest on capital, bad debts. Bad debts written off or bad provision for bad debts, new provision to be how to create. So all these things you have to, how it should appear in the final statements. You have to be very carefully prepare at the time of preparing final accounts. Then we have learned what we have learned next one, depreciation accounting. In this you have to learn theory part. What are the revenue expenditure and what are the capital expenditures? You have to make differentiation between what is capital expenditure, what is revenue expenditure. Revenue expenditure, we are incurring expenditures for the production of goods and services within that expenditures are consumable within 12 months, right? That is called revenue expenditure. Capital expenditure, that benefits will go for several years. Let's say, for an example, purchase of machinery is capital expenditure. So at the time of purchase of machinery, if you have done some erection, wages you have given for erection of that machinery, that is treated, that is also to be treated as capital expenditure. It is not a revenue expenditure. That expenditure you have to add with the value of machinery, right? So yeah, while doing repair charges, so while running your business, that is revenue expenditure. You should know what are the expenses comes under revenue and what are the expenditure you have to bring into capital expenditure. You should be very carefully you have to do. Okay. Then depreciation accounting. Under depreciation is nothing but reduction in value of assets, isn't it? So reduction in value of assets, that is various methods are there: straight line value method, written down value method, and then annuity methods. Various methods are there. These three methods are covered in your syllabus, right? Straight line method, that is the amount of depreciation will be the same for every year. But written down value method, the percentage is fixed, but every year amount will be reduced. Year after year, it will be reduced. That is, after you have to calculate a percentage of depreciation under written down value method on book value of the asset, not at the cost value. Okay, that you have to keep it in your mind. Under annuity method, you have to calculate that annuity table value into your number of years, that cost of the machinery. You have to calculate depreciation. Okay, then you have to prepare ledger account, or sometimes they may ask you to prepare a journal for annuity method. Annuity method, generally ledger accounts they may ask you. Then next, what we have studied, ratio analysis. Ratio analysis, under that all the ratios we have classified into 4 categories. Actually, final accounts can be analyzed through various mechanisms are there. That is trend line method, horizontal method, that is comparative balance sheet statement, comparative income statement. So these are all the techniques which we are using for analyzing the final accounts for decision making problems, right? So ratio analysis is also like that. It is one of the analysis tools or techniques which we using by investors as well as management decision making. These under ratio analysis, various categories of classifications, that is short-term cash, short-term ratio, or that is cash position ratio, or liquid ratio. We can say it is a liquid ratio or solvency, short-term solvency ratio. That is quick ratio, current ratio, cash position ratio. Then efficiency ratios are, what are the efficiency ratios? Debt ratio, debtors turnover ratio, creditors turnover ratio, stock turnover ratio, total current assets turnover ratio. So these are all the turnover ratios or efficiency ratios. It shows the efficiency of the management, right? Then long-term solvency ratios and profitability ratios. So long-term solvency ratios is nothing but proprietary ratio, or debt equity ratio, then total assets to proprietary fund, total assets to long-term debt holders, and then interest coverage ratio. So these are all the long-term solvency ratios. Profitability ratios are return on investment, gross profit ratio, net profit ratio, then profit ratio. So these are all the things I'm covering under profitability ratios. Ratios, sometimes profit and loss account and balance sheet will be given. You have to calculate current ratio. What is current ratio? What is working capital ratio? What is liquid ratio, or what is debt equity ratio, like that. Sometimes ratios will be given. You need to prepare proprietary fund statement or balance sheet. So you have to find out what are the missing figures. That is, what is current liability, what is current assets. So what are all the items are missing? First you have to find out that thing, and then you have to prepare proprietary fund statement or balance sheet. So all these things you have to prepare under ratio analysis, right? Ratio analysis are definitely you can expect some problems. That is, some ratios will be given. You have to find out and prepare balance sheet. Sometimes it will be given in 20 marks question, or definitely it will be given in 10 marks question. You can expect. Under ratios, you can expect theory questions also. What are the uses and limitations of ratio analysis? Like that they may ask you, right? Then next, third unit, what we have learned, marginal cost statement, right? The fund flow and cash flow statement. Fund flow and cash flow statement. What is fund flow? What is cash flow? Fund flow is the working capital. Fund flow is nothing but here working capital. What working capital increase comparison between two balance sheet date. So what is the working capital increase or changes in working capital? Whether is it increased or decreased? So how it is increased due to what is the inflow of working capital? What is the outflow of working capital? That we are finding out in two statements. Schedule of changes in working capital, one statement, and then another statement is fund flow statement. In schedule of changes in working capital, you have to take only current items. So current assets minus current liabilities. What is the working capital increase or decrease? You have to make difference between two balance sheets. Similarly, if you have to prepare fund flow statement. Fund flow statement, you have to take funds from operation, inflow of fund, that is use sources of fund and uses of fund. Sources of fund, first item, you have to take funds from operation. How to find out funds from operation? So you have funds from operation, you have to take up net profit plus non-cash and non-trading expenditure, you have to add it, minus non-cash non-trading incomes, you have to deduct it, and what is the true profit or what is the income generated from your business, that you have to calculate. That is called funds from operation. Or sometimes so profit and loss account, opening balance and closing balance will be given in your balance sheet. In that case, you have to prepare adjusted profit and loss account. So when you are preparing adjusted profit and loss account, you have to find out what is the funds from operation, right? Then next you have to prepare some balance sheet ledger accounts for finding what is the depreciation or purchases of machinery or sale of machinery, like that you have to prepare. Then one thing you have to keep it in your mind while preparing fund flow statement, provision for taxation and proposed dividend. These two items you can take either current item or non-current item. If you are treating it as a current item, you have to take while preparing schedule of changes in working capital itself. After that, you should not touch anywhere else, right? So if you are treating it as a non-current item, these two items you should not take into the schedule of changes in account. You have to take only fund flow statement. While preparing in fund flow statement, you have to take, while adjusted profit and loss account, you have to take what is dividend provided during the year or made during the year, tax made during the year, you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account. Paid, dividend paid during this year, dividend taxation paid, that you have to write in the uses or applications of fund statement, right? So these are the things, very, very important thing you have to keep it in your mind while preparing fund flow statement. The next one, cash flow statement. In cash flow statement, only one statement you have to prepare. Here you have to cash inflow and cash outflow. You have to start with opening cash balance plus all your sources of cash. That is all fund flow statement. What are the sources you are writing? The same thing you have to write. Only one thing here, increase or decrease in working capital will not come. While preparing fund flow statement, you have to find out what is the increase or decrease in working capital. Here your statement will be 0. Why? Because you start with opening cash balance and bank balance and end with closing cash and bank balance. So your statement will be tallied. That is, you have to find out cash from operation. So how to find cash from operation? As usually, you have to from operation. In that, you have to adjust items, current assets and current liabilities. So in that case, what are the items increase your cash? That you have to add. Say for an example, increase in current liability. So if you get loan, cash comes in. So that will increase your cash flow. Okay. So increase in current asset and decrease in, if you are selling your current asset, you will get cash. So that is why increase in current liability and decrease in current asset you have to add. Deduct opposite, vice versa. That is decrease in current liability and increase in current asset you have to deduct, right? So these are, after making these adjustments, you can find the cash flow, cash from operation. So cash from operation, you have to write it in the cash flow statement debit side, and the credit side you have to write all the uses, or cash outflow of fund by purchase of machinery, then repayment of loan, and then payment of taxation, payment of dividends. So all these things as usual you have to write in the cash flow statement outflow side, and then ending with closing cash balance. So your cash flow statement will be tallied. Here you will not find out what are the increase or decrease in working capital. Only you have to find increase or decrease in working capital in case of preparation of fund flow statement. Okay. So these things you have to be very carefully keep it in your mind while preparing these statements. The next chapter what we have learned, marginal cost statement. Marginal cost statement, what is marginal costing? It is like, it is only nothing but variable costing. That is expenses we can classify into variable cost and fixed cost. Fixed cost remains constant at any level of producing any level of activity. But variable cost is vary with the volume of output. Generally marginal cost we used to say it is a additional cost of producing additional unit. Okay. So this marginal costing is a technique or tool which we are using for decision making. Decision making on key factor, or make or buying from outside, or whether we have to continue the production or shut down the production, or what would be the break even point. So how much if we produce, we can gain more margin of safety. So these are the decision making we can take based on this marginal costing. Under marginal costing, what are the formulas? What are the things you have to find out? First, you have to find out CVP ratio. That is profit volume ratio. Profit volume ratio is what is that? Contribution by sales into 100. What is contribution? Sales minus variable cost is called contribution. So contribution by sales into 100, that is PV ratio. Then after that you have to find out break even point. What is break even point? At that point there is no profit, no loss. That means what? Total costs are equal to total revenues. That is fixed cost divided by PV ratio. That is break even point, right? Then based upon that you have to find out what is the if sales is given, you have to find out profit. Profit is given, what would be the required sales that you have to find out. That kind of problem also you have to prepare. Okay. So marginal costing, then decision making problems will also be given. That is a key factor. Acceptance or acceptance of export order, and then sales mix. When you are increasing your merging of two plants. So what is your decision? So that kind of decision making problems also will be given for 20 marks case studies. Okay. Then 4 units are over. Then last today what we have seen, cost sheet and variance analysis. And cost sheet we have classified elements of cost, that is material, labor and overheads. Then again the indirect expenses we can call it as overheads, that is factory overheads, office or administrative overheads, selling and distribution overheads. Based upon this element of cost, we will prepare cost sheet or statement of cost. So if you take direct material and direct labor and direct expenses, if you add these 3 things, that is called prime cost. So prime cost plus factory cost, that is called works cost. Works cost plus office or administrative expenditure, that is called cost of production. So after cost of production, you have to add selling and distribution expenses, that is called cost of goods sold. Then if you adjust opening and closing, add profit, that is sales. Okay. Then now variance analysis, standard costing and variance analysis. Standard costing is nothing but it is a predetermined cost. Variance analysis, it is a tool or technique which is using for what is the deviations between actual and standards. So that is material variances, labor variances, variable cost variances, fixed cost variances, sales variances. But in your syllabus, it is material variances and labor variances. Material variances, what are the things? That is material cost variance is equal to material price variance and material usage variance. Material usage variance is due to mix variance and yield variance, right? The formulas you have to study thoroughly, then you have to prepare the problems, right? Then labor variances is also like that. Labor cost variance is equal to labor rate variance due to labor rate variance and labor efficiency variance. Actual active efficiency variance plus we can take it as idle time variances, right? And then this efficiency variances are due to labor mix variance and labor yield variance. Only these are the things you have to practice many problems, right? So I have sum up all the chapters, all the important things. So anybody, if you have any doubt, you can ask me. Praveen Kumar, you have raised your hands. Tell me, what's your doubt?
Madam, which are all the frequently asking questions?
You see our previous question papers. It is given in our website. Okay. You see, generally, final accounts, preparation of final accounts, trading profit and loss account and balance sheet, frequently they may ask you in 20 marks question.
Okay.
Frequently it will be given. Sometimes that ratio, the key factor, marginal costing key factor problem, key factor or some decision making problem will be given in. Answer will be very simple, but it may be asked in 20 marks questions. Sometimes they may ask you to prepare fund flow statement or cash flow statement in 20 marks. So all the units are having equal importance. 80 it is in your syllabus. We can see 70% problem, 30% theory questions, right? So the choices you can expect, if you know thoroughly the problems, you do the problem, you will get 100 marks. That is 10 marks question, you will get 10 marks. Theory question, if you don't sure about the problem, you can write the theory question, right?
Okay.
Any other doubts? Anybody? Next one.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
Madam, there was a question that was discussed in the class that was regarding the conversion of ratios to balance sheet. That was problem number 12 in the second PPT, page number 51.
Okay.
Can you explain it again?
Now,
and also before explain one more thing, madam, I am from non-commerce background. So apart from the golden rules of accountancy, while we are practically preparing things, suppose if you are having any kind of doubt whether it should come in the debit or credit, is there any kind of a trick or something of the hand method to identify our mistake?
That is errors. There are different types of errors are there, right? That is, you might have studied error of omission, error of commission. Error of omission, if it is a partial omission, it will not explicit your trial balance. Okay. Which one you want? Ratio?
Madam, the second question was more like general type. Like, since I am from a non-commerce background, while preparing this, I was having doubt whether we are using the golden rules of accountancy to decide whether the thing should go to credit or debit. Suppose if you are having any kind of doubt, is there any kind of shortcut or like any kind of tip to identify that we have made mistake, so that at least we'll get some?
While preparing this ratio,
no, while preparing the basic thing, basic
thing. If it is not a balance sheet, if it is not tallied, you can find you have done some mistakes. That is the main thing. If it is tallied, okay. If it is not tallied, you take the difference amount. So which transaction you have omitted or amount you have written wrongly, you can check it.
Okay, madam. Okay. And also, madam, there was one question in the previous question paper. Also, there was one question regarding this depreciation accounting is more like a allocation, rather than a valuation. There was a statement like depreciation account is a process of allocation and not of valuation.
Discuss.
Yes, comment on that statement.
Yes. Why? Because depreciation we are treating it as an expenditure, right? So why we are treating it as an expenditure? After the usage of 10 years of machinery, we need to replace the asset, right? At the time of replacement, we need more money. So we cannot lump sum money, we cannot take it from your business for purchasing of that new machinery. So at that time, but that is why every year we are allocating some part of the amount on your value of the asset, allocating to in profit and loss account, treating it as an expenditure. That money we may invest in somewhere else, deposit or invest in some investment, short-term investment, whatever it is. That is why depreciation is treated as an allocation. It is not a valuation. We are valuing under straight line method, written down value method, whatever be the method we are valuing, but it is the allocation based upon your total value of the asset. Like that you have to answer. Okay.
Okay, madam. And the problem was in the page 52.
Wait. Ratio analysis, right?
A ratio to balance sheet, yes, ma'am.
Question number 4. 5.
Problem 12.
12. Okay, I have taken. What is your doubt here?
Can you explain in detail?
Can you see this? Can you see this? 12th problem. Can you see in your desktop?
I can see in my.
No, we can, madam. I think
I am able to see it, but
others, can you see this?
no, madam.
Yes, we can see it.
No, ma'am.
I think you can.
Okay. I tap it. Can you see this now? Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So asking this question, doubt. What's your doubt? Actual doubt in this?
No, madam. Can you explain this once again?
Okay. I will explain. Here, what is given, you have to see what is the clue is given. Based upon the missing point, you have to find out, right? So, paid up capital, it is given 50,000, plant and machinery 1,25,000, total sales, gross profit is given. So, we can find out cost of sales. Then annual credit sales, 80% of net sales. Okay, first let us start with the sales. Sales value we have, that is 5 lakhs. Okay, minus sales return, that is, it is given here. Total sales 5 lakhs. Gross profit 25%. Annual credit sales 80% of net sales. He say here sales return 20% of sales. So 5 lakhs into 20%, you take net sales. Okay, 4 lakhs is the net sales. That out of 4 lakhs, 80% is credit sales, remaining 20% is cash sales. Okay, 4 lakhs out of 4 lakhs, 80% means 3,20,000 is credit sales, remaining 80,000 is cash sales. Okay, that you keep it in your mind. Gross profit is given 25%. 25% you have to calculate net sales. Net sales is 4 lakhs into 25%. Gross profit is 1 lakh. So cost of sales is, cost of goods sold is 3 lakhs. 4 lakhs minus gross profit, that is cost of goods sold is 3 lakhs. So based upon this, we can find out inventory. Inventory turnover ratio is given 4 times. Right? Okay. So inventory turnover ratio, what is the formula? Cost of goods sold divided by inventory turnover. Cost of goods sold divided by average or closing stock is equal to inventory turnover. That you will get it. That is the actual formula. Here inventory turnover is given, answer is given 4 times. So we need to find out what is the closing stock or average stock. So cost of goods sold we have calculated here 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs divided by inventory turnover 4 times. So is equal to 75,000. This is closing stock or average stock. Okay.
Yes, madam.
Next one, based upon this receivable turnover, ratio. Receivable turnover, you see here, whatever it is given. Cash to inventory. Average collection period. See here, average collection period 73 days are given. The average collection period, what is the formula? Number of days or months in the year divided by debtors turnover ratio. So number of days, it is 73 days are given. So 365 days in the year divided by 73 is equal to your debtors turnover ratio is 5 times. Based upon this, we can find out what is your debtors. What is the formula? Credit sales divided by receivables turnover. Credit sales, we know that is 3,20,000 divided by receivable turnover, that is 5 times. Therefore, debtors are accounts receivable is 64,000. Okay.
Okay, madam.
Then next, what is the clue is given? 64,000. Next one, see here problem. Cash to inventory 1:15. That is inventory, if it is a 15 rupees, your cash will be 1 rupee, right? So inventory we have calculated, that is already 75,000. So 75,000 divided by 15 times.
15.
1 by 15. So 75,000 divided by 15 is equal
Correct,
to
madam. 5,000. Correct.
5,000, right? Then total current assets. Total current assets, what are they? We have already calculated inventory, debtors, and then cash. 3 things we have calculated, right? 75,000, 64,000 plus 5,000 cash. So total current assets is 1,44,000. So see here, current assets, current ratio is 2 times. What is current ratio formula? Current assets divided by current liability, isn't it? So current assets 2 times answer is given. So current assets we know 1,44,000 divided by 2. That current liability is 72,000. Okay. Then next one, bank credit. What is given? Bank credit. Bank credit to trade credit 2 times. Bank credit to trade credit 2 times. That means what? What is trade credit? Here you have done 80% your credit sales. Okay. Wait.
Madam, can you once again explain how that current asset by 2 became?
Wait. This one, current ratio. Current ratio is given in your problem 2 times. See here. Current ratio 2 times. Current ratio formula is what? Current asset divided by current liability is equal to current ratio. This is, see here. Can you see this?
Yes, madam.
Current ratio. I couldn't rewrite the thing. I think it is pasted as picture. That's why I couldn't write it. I couldn't write it here. See here. Current ratio is equal to current asset divided by current liability. Okay. Current ratio is given 2 times is equal to current asset. We have calculated 1,44,000 divided by current liability. We do not know, right? So if you bring the current liabilities this side, current liability is equal to 1,44,000 divided by 2 will come this side. Okay. So current liability is 72,000.
Okay, ma'am.
You understand this one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Likewise, all the things, what are the informations are available, based upon that you have to do that. Here, bank credit, 2/3 of current liability. Yeah. What is given in your problem? Bank credit to trade credit 2 times. Trade credit where it is given. Total debt to current liability 3 times. Okay. Total debt is it given only collection period. Bank credit we do not know. Trade credit also we do not know. Annual credit sales is given. Okay. Two-thirds of current liabilities. Here, I think it is missing. Two by 3. Bank credit to trade credit. In this case, trade credit, we have to take it as current liability. Current liability treated as trade credit. Okay.
Madam, is there any connection with that total debt to current liability?
No.
Okay.
That is debtors. Trade credit is nothing but total current liability. That is trade credit. Okay. So here, current liability we know that is 72,000. 2/3 of your bank credit is 2/3 of your current liability. So 72,000 into 2 by 3, 48,000. Okay. Question here by 3 is missing.
So, madam, bank to trade credit is also the same as, so we can write bank credit equal to 2 by 3 into current liabilities.
Yes, 2/3 of your current liability is bank credit. This is given in your problem. Bank credit is 2/3 of your trade credit, right? So trade credit is nothing but current liability. Current liability is 72,000. 72,000 into 2/3 is trade bank credit. Okay. Bank credit to trade credit. Then based upon that you can find out what is the amount of bank credit is 48,000. That is half of bank credit or 1/3 of current liability is trade credit. Okay, remaining portion. 1/3 is trade credit. 2/3 is bank credit. Then total debt. Total debt, how we can find out? See here.
Madam, one trade credit is same as current liability. So, please show the next page.
No, it is given.
Trade credit is the same as current liability, right? So,
bank credit is also part of your current liability, right?
yes, two-thirds into current liability. But the trade credit, we have taken trade credit as equal to current liability.
No, it is 1/3 of current liability.
The previous page.
Something problem, something is missing. That information, something is missing.
Yes, yes.
That's what I am finding. Here some confusion is there. No. Here, previously it was given 2, right? Bank credit, if it is a 2 rupees, your trade credit will be bank credit divided by trade credit. 2 rupees means 1 rupee, 2 times. If bank credit is 2 rupees, your trade credit will be 1 rupee. So totally that is here. No. Question is correct. Here 2:1, right? This is the question, right? Bank credit to trade credit is 2:1. So totally 3 times. Okay. So here what is the clue is given? This trade credit is nothing but creditors, not credit liability, creditors. Okay. How to find out creditors? How to find out bank credit? So only the clue is 3 times are given, right? So here 2 times is bank credit, trade credit is 1 time. Current liability, which includes bank credit and trade credit. So here we can say that is total current liability. You have to assume that total current liability 72,000 is equal to 3 times. Okay, 3 times that both includes bank credit as well as trade credit. 72,000, 2 times is bank credit, 1 time is trade credit. You understand this?
Ratio proportion.
Yes.
Okay, ratio. Yes.
72,000 is the total current liability, out of which 2 times is called as bank credit, 1 time you are going for trade credit. So total 72,000, 2/3 you have to calculate, that is bank credit, 1/3 is 24,000 is trade credit. That is, if it is here now you equal that ratio. If your bank credit is 2 times, your trade credit is 1 time. That is 48,000 divided by 24,000 is equal to 2 times. Okay? Do you understand?
The question is now correct.
Now it is, yes, 2 is correct. 2 is to 1. Bank credit to trade credit is 2:1. That is correct. So that means total current liability is 3, right? Both bank credit as well as trade credit is called current liability. Okay. So out of which 2/3 is bank credit, 1/3 is trade credit. But in this case, bank credit and trade credit, what is the ratio? 2:1. So here you can see 48,000 bank credit divided by trade credit is 24,000 is equal to 2 times. Now got it?
So bank credit we got by the 2/3 of current liabilities.
Yes.
That the 10th one.
Yes.
That was like 2:1. That bank to trade is 2:1.
Yes.
The total became 2/2 plus 1 into current liability.
Yes.
Okay. So 2/3 into current liability.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you clear? Then similarly, total debt, what is given? Total debt, any clue is given? See here, total debt to current liability is 3 times. Total debt to current liability 3 times. So current liability is 72,000 into 3. So total debt is 2,16,000. Then long-term debt, we can find out. Long-term debt, no there, but total debt is we have calculated. Total debt minus current liability is called long-term debt. Total debt is 2,16,000 is total debt. Current liability is 72,000. So long-term debt 1,44,000. Then fixed assets you have to calculate here. Fixed assets turnover ratio 2 times. So fixed assets turnover ratio, use this formula. Net sales by, that is fixed assets. Answer, that is your net sales is 4 lakhs. Half of your fixed assets is, that is 2 lakhs. Turnover ratio, fixed assets divided by net sales divided by fixed assets is equal to 2 times. Okay. So when you are calculating this, your fixed assets is 2 lakhs. Other fixed assets minus plant and machinery, it is given in your problem, 1,25,000. That is the other fixed asset is 75,000. So total assets you added. So now net worth, total assets minus total debt is called net worth. Net worth is nothing but capital plus resource and surplus. Net worth means paid up capital plus resource and surplus, that is called net worth. Okay, so here we have calculated net worth minus paid up capital is given in your problem. Paid up capital 50,000. So what is your resource and surplus? That is 78,000, right? That's all. Okay, next resource persons are waiting. All the best. I have completed all the things. You practice many problems, and then you go through our previous year question papers on website. You download it and practice the problems. Similar type of problems. You practice many problems. All the best. Do it well.
Thank you.
Calculator is allowed. Calculator is allowed in the examination hall, but mobile phones are not available. Not allowed. Okay. So calculator you can take for calculation. You can use it.
Scientific calculator.
Any calculators are allowed, but mobiles are not allowed to calculate. Okay.
And madam, can we send an email to DD for in case of doubts of problems?
Yes. You can send mail ID. If you have any doubt, I will give clarification. My mail ID.
Ma'am, last question. If I read the book,
yes,
I repeat them book.
Please tell your email ID, madam.
Umasri dot, I write it here. In chat box, I write it.
Madam, please.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much for your inputs, ma'am. Thank you so much.
This is my mail ID. If you have any doubt, you can ask. Contact me. Okay, bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
All
ma'am.
the best. All the best. Do well. Practice well. Thank you, ma'am. Right? Okay.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, when will be the exams?
We cannot say right now. We are expecting from the DEB guidelines. UGC DEB guidelines. We are waiting for that. Probably will be June, May or June.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening to one and all joined for the session. Am I audible?
Yes,
Good
sir.
evening, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Right. So today we are going to discuss. Today we are going to discuss about the first part of the Companies Act, because this week is meant for Companies Act. And after discussing first part of the Companies Act, I will give some time for clarification of doubts. If any, last Sunday we are unable to fulfill the complete class, so that is why some extra time will also be given for clarifying doubts, if any, in the Contract Act. Okay. So now, as per schedule, today let us try to discuss first the Companies Act Part 1. So kindly stay back. I will share my screen with you. Yeah, is it visible?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yes. No, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I think it will come now. It came? Companies Act. Hello, is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fine. So Companies Act. Wantedly, I am not mentioning the year. Why? Because in your material it may be there, Companies Act 1956. And some people might be thinking that the Companies Act is 2020 or 2019. But the present act in force in India is something different, so that we will discuss. So first let us try to understand what is a company. And after that, we'll discuss different acts made in this direction. So first of all, coming to the word company, this company word, the word company is a combination or derived from two Latin words. One is com and another one is pennies. Together, companies. Okay. So com in Latin, com means with or together. So the com represents together. Pennies represent bread. So in Latin, when we combine this com, pennies, or company, it is nothing but having bread together, or a group of persons who will take their bread or food together. Okay, they call it as bread, we call it as food. Okay, bread or food together. So that means what we have to understand out of this, people are having together, they are having bread or food, means the objective is common. What they are doing is common. They are taking either bread or food. Okay. So what we have to understand out of that is, it is an association of persons doing the same activity. Or if we further interpret, their goal or objective is common. Their goal or objective is common. So to satisfy their hungerness, they are having bread or food. Okay, that is see, they are doing same activity. The activity is meant or directed towards fulfillment of a common goal or common objective. So it is an association of persons and their goal or objective is common, and they are doing the same activity. Okay. So a company in its ordinary non-technical sense means a body of individuals associated for a common objective, which may be to carry on business. So business means, already you are aware, business means business of business is business. Some gain should be there. Okay. So to carry on business, that is for gain, or to engage in human activity for the benefit of the society. So that means don't think that company means companies will be there only in business. Okay. Non-business companies, non-commercial activity companies will also be there. And now, as per the new Companies Act, even charitable companies also there. because as the difficulties are going on increasing, in the new Companies Act, several provisions were given to convert many of the so-called cooperative societies also into companies. And even, of course, that we will discuss. Okay, so to come to the meaning of company, a company is employed to represent. The word company, wherever it is used, it represents associations formed either to carry on some business for profit, or that association may be for promoting science, art, education, like societal benefits, or it may be even to fulfill some charitable purpose, charity. Okay, either giving food for some shelterless people or homeless people, or say helping the needy people, and this conducting orphanage homes, like that. All those comes under charitable activity, and that can also be registered as a company. Okay, so the common objective of any business includes earning profits. So now, after knowing the meaning, now what we discuss is, we'll discuss purely about the business company, the company which is meant for doing some activity and generating certain gain, that is profit, and sharing that profit or loss, whatever may be. So after clarifying that, company means it need not be exclusively business activity. A company may be formed to promote an activity which is beneficial to the society, like education, or like promoting music, or a form of art, a traditional form of, even in martial arts also, like in Kerala, cutlery, like that also. The companies may be formed in order to promote their tradition, heritage, culture, and all those things also. For that purpose also, companies may be formed. So that is, such type of companies are known as societal benefit companies. And even company may be formed in order to fulfill the charitable purpose. Okay. So after knowing that a company need not be exclusively or only for business, we'll stop there. And now onwards, we discuss company for business. Why? Because we are in business management course. So that is why we'll discuss company and business form. Okay. So from this point of view, if you see here, a company means the objective will be earning profits, because company means association of people working for the same goal or common objective. And perhaps that objective will be, because it is business company, it will be earning profits. So in simple, company may be described to mean association of persons who come together for carrying on some business and sharing of profits therefrom. And of course, whether it is positive profit or negative profit, they will share it. So now let us see the terminology in Companies Act. Terminology, because terminology is important to understand the act. Okay. So Lord Lindley, why? Because of the first basic act, Companies Act 1956, was hired from, of course, many of our acts in the Constitution, including Constitution, the model acts will be the British acts only. Okay. So the basic, because the basic act, when preparing 1956 act, we hired or adopted many of the things that are there in British law or British Companies Act. So though we framed the 1956 act after getting independence, we adopted many of the things that are there in British Companies Act. So that is why this Lord Lindley has described the company as an association of many persons who contribute. Their contribution may be money, money's worth. What is this money's worth? Means, suppose if you are a scientist, you may have an innovation with you, a patent rights you have. So that is money's worth. Or you don't have money, but you have excellent managerial skills. Then that is also money's worth. So you will manage the things and others will contribute for it. Okay. So the members may contribute. Here what we need to understand is either money or money's worth. Anything which is worth to be considered as money. Okay, they contribute either money or money is worth in common stock and employ it. That means use it for doing some business, and they will share the profit or loss arising out of that activity. So that is what is known as a company. Many people will be there, but few or not few people. Many will be there. Okay. Now, if we go further, so whatever total value of money and money's worth, the members are contributing, money and money's worth, whatever the members are contributing, that is known as the capital of the company. Capital of the company. Okay. Suppose everybody together, if they are contributing 10 crores worth of money and money's equivalent things, then the capital will be known as 10 crores. The 10 crores is known as capital of the company. Okay. When this capital is divided into small proportions, suppose this 10 crores is divided into 1 crore shares, then each share will be say 10 rupees. So that means that 10,000 crores, 10 crores divided into, say again into 1 crore parts, small parts. So each part denotes 10 rupees. So that is known as share. So like that, a share may be, a share is a part of the total capital. So the share may be, face value of it may be 1 rupee, like Infosys shares, or the face value of it may be 10 rupees, like State Bank shares, or the face value of it may be like 100 rupees, like Tata's. Okay, that is face value. Their market value over a period of time, even 100 rupees share, now it is in market 7,000 rupees. Even 10 rupees share, that is trading around 900 rupees. Like that, the shares, of course, 1 rupee share is also trading at 2,800 rupees. So over a period of time, that accumulated goodwill, accumulated profits, all these things will be there. Because of that, market value goes up. Market value will be very, very high. If the company is not performing, the market value will be less than face value also. Okay. So initially, whatever they are totally contributing, either money or money's worth together, known as capital. And when this capital is divided into small denominations, each small denomination is known as a share. And the persons who contribute to the shares or who holds or who owns these shares are known as shareholders. Okay. So I hope it is clear. The capital, shares and shareholders. Why? Because we use this nomenclature. Of course, those who are with commerce background, it is okay for them. And of course, others also, it is a quite common thing, right? So as per the Companies Act terminology, the total value contributed is known as the capital of the company. And when we divide it into small proportions, each proportion is known as a share. And the people who holds or who contributes or who buys these shares are known as shareholders. The shareholders are nothing but they are the owners of the company in their proportion, in the sense, in the value of shares what they holds. Okay, now after knowing about what is a company and the capital of the company, shares of the company, shareholders of the company, now let us try to understand the different types of companies. Right, now we came to the line. What I am going to discuss is Companies Act 2013, my dear friends. Okay, you may be in dilemma. I think all of you are listening carefully. As I told you earlier, what is there exactly, same thing I am not repeating. What is there exactly in material, same thing I am not going to repeat, because there should be some value addition when we are teaching. It is not that I am not saying that what is there in material, it is not useful. It is useful. What we are giving is something in addition to that. In addition to that, what is not there in material, that I am giving. Okay. So, because already the things about Companies Act 1956 are there in material given to you under Business Environment and Law, now I am going to discuss about the Companies Act 2013. Now problem, some doubt may come. Sir, when question comes whether I should write Companies Act 1956 or 2013. My dear friends, as far as academic things are concerned, there are no much changes in 1956, Companies Act 1956 compared with the Companies Act 2013. So only the social responsibility, the types of companies, these things only differs. So that is why I will tell what is as per 1956 and what is as per 2013. Okay. As per 1956, public companies, private companies, government companies. Okay, only that are there. But as per Companies Act 2013, many types of companies are there that we are going to have a look now. So one is public companies, at where minimum 7 members should be there. That means we are saying that company means association of persons. How many means minimum 7 should be there in order to form a public company. And there should be 3 directors. Minimum. This is minimum. Minimum 7 members should be there in order to form an association in case of public company. And there should be 3 directors. And coming to maximum, there is no maximum limit for members, and see, an infinite number may be there. Any number of members may be there, but directors maximum 15. So in case of public company, minimum 7 members, maximum infinity. Directors minimum 3, maximum 15. Okay, right. Now, private companies. Private companies. What is a public company? What is a private company? What is small company? That all I will explain in the next slide. I will explain in the next slide. Okay. Next slide I will explain. Okay, right. So private companies. Coming to private companies, here minimum 2 members should be there and maximum 200 members. So in case of public companies, there is no limit on maximum. But in case of private companies, minimum 2, maximum 200 only. Same way, directors, minimum 2, maximum 15. So directors is maximum either in case of 15, either in case of public company or private company. Then as per the Companies Act, new 2013 Act, even 1-person company, 1-person company. So 1 person also can form a company instead of sole proprietorship or sole tradership, right? So this 1-person company will be formed as a private limited company only. So because the name itself denotes 1-person company, there will be only 1 member, and same member will also act as director. Okay. Then the 4th category is small companies. Small companies. What are small companies means? In order to protect the interests of small, micro, and medium enterprises, okay, SMEs, MMEs, in order to protect this small scale, medium scale, or this micro industries, okay, now MME, micro, medium, and small enterprises, they can also, instead of doing business as sole proprietorship or partnership, they can also become company, and for their benefit, this small companies comes into existence. So small companies means, what is small company, what is big company means, how to differentiate means, if the paid up capital, that means authorized capital may be different, but paid up capital is only 50 lakhs and annual turnover is only 2 crores, then such company is known as small company or small sized private company. Okay. Now, let us look into different types of kinds of companies on the basis of membership. That means who will hold the membership. Based on that, we can discuss about different types of companies. Of course, briefly we are going to discuss. Then private company. Private company means the membership is restricted from minimum 2 to maximum 200, and these shares of this private limited company cannot be transferred easily. Okay. That means this private limited company shares will not be traded in stock market. In stock exchanges and all, this private limited companies shares will not be listed. That means they are not traded. Okay. So that is why the membership also, as per the memorandum of association of that company, and generally there will be restrictions. Why? Because normally these family businesses or some few friends together, they will start this type of private limited companies. That is why they will put restriction, because tomorrow without the notice of one, a new person cannot come and join just like that in a private company. Okay, that is why the transfer of shares will be restricted, and that is why the buying and selling of shares won't take place. Why? Because these private limited companies are not listed in the stock exchanges. Okay. Then the next one is public companies. Public company means these are the companies at where ownership is minimum, the number of members are minimum 7, and maximum there is no limit. And buying and selling of these shares will take place without any restriction. Why? Because these companies will be listed in the stock exchanges, and trading will take place. So anybody can buy these shares of a public limited company, and whenever they don't want, they can sell this the shares of this company. So majority of the activities, or we can say the total activities that will take place in stock exchanges will be these public limited companies. Okay. So like Reliance is a public limited company because the Ambani's family is holding majority share. They are dominating the management. But people like you and I also, we are also having shares in that company. So public limited company means it is open to all. Okay, that is what the public company is. Sometimes we will misinterpret that public limited company and government company is one and same. No, public limited company, in public limited company, government ownership won't be there. Okay, owners will be general public. It is not restricted to one family or to a particular group. So that is what is known as public company. Next, government company. Government company means this may be a state government company, central government company, local body company. The shares will be held. That means completely the investment will be made by the government. Government will make the investment and all the shares will be held by government only. Like how now LIC, and of course now in the liberalization, privatization and globalization, even many of the government companies also going for disinvestment. Disinvestment means selling the shares to private people, private companies or private business houses. Now LIC is also going to come for public issue. Public issue, when in the public issue what will happen? The government, whatever shares the government is having, the government shares will be dumped to the stock market and public will make the purchase. That is, of course, now initial public offer only they are coming. So in that way, slowly the public investment will be there, and government will, to that extent, the government will withdraw their investment. So a government company, by going for issue of shares, it can be converted into public company. But a public company cannot be converted into private limited company. Why? Because in private limited company, entry and exit are restricted. Okay. Then holding company. Holding company means suppose one company holds the shares of another company. The best example is you take Unilever Limited. Unilever Limited means producer of this Lifebuoy soap, Lux soap, Rexona soap, Hammam soap, Rin soap, Wheel, Surf Excel. All these are from many products are there from Unilever Limited. Okay, so that Unilever Limited in India, it is known as, earlier it was known as Hindustan Lever Limited, because India is known as once upon a time as Hindustan. So they put it as Hindustan Lever Limited. Now it is known as Unilever Limited India. Okay, that means the shares, complete shares in the Unilever company of India, in Indian Unilever Limited company, is held by the original Unilever company. Original, they are the contributors. Okay, so that means the owner of this Indian Unilever this is a separate company, but totally it is owned by another company. That is parent company. That is known as parent company or holding company. Okay, then subsidiary company means, so if a company forms another company by taking complete ownership, the newly formed company is known as subsidiary company. So in case of Unilever Limited, basic company, that is parent company or holding company, the Unilever India Limited is a subsidiary company because it is held by completely, the shares are held by the Unilever Limited. Okay. So private company, public company, government company, holding company, subsidiary company. Then foreign companies. Okay. Foreign companies means when the foreign investors, completely 100% foreign investors make the investment, or foreign promoters promoted a company. Foreign means other than your country. In India, other than Indians. Even NRIs can also form a foreign company. Okay. So other than Indian residents, whoever makes the investment and forms a company in India, so that is known as a foreign company. Then associate or joint venture companies. When two companies need not be from the same country, two companies, one company from India and another company from US or UK can promote another third company in India, so that is known as a joint venture company or associate company. Joint venture company or associate company. Okay. The best example is Maruti Suzuki, Maruti Udyog Limited. Okay. So at where 49% shares are held by the Suzuki Japan Limited, and 51% of the shares are by Maruti Udyog India. Okay. So in that way, contribution. Right. Then investment companies. Investment companies are the companies which are formed to put investment, to buy and sell the shares, to make investment. Nowadays, all the mutual fund companies, they are nothing but investment companies. Why? Because they will take money from all public and they will invest in, they won't do any other business. They will invest in other companies. Okay. So as the share prices goes up, then these people will get benefited. So that is why they are known as investment companies. Next type of companies are producer companies. Okay. Here some people will get confused. Producer companies means, sir, for every company production will be there. why we call them as separately as producer companies means, so these are not manufacturing companies, my dear friends. Manufacturing company is different, producer company is different. Manufacturing means already something worth enough will be there, and that value addition only takes place in manufacturing. Okay. Whereas in producer companies, it will be digged like mines, or it will be harvested like agricultural crops or fisheries or aquaculture, horticulture, like that. With the help of nature, the original item, the material is being produced. So such type of companies are known as producer companies. Okay. So after this produce comes, the other companies will buy this produce and they will make value addition. Okay. Then that is known as manufacturing company, the value addition company. This original company is known as producer company. Say, suppose the tea plantations. The farmers are there, 2 acres, 3 acres, 5 acres, or 1 hectare, 2 hectare, 3 hectares, like that. Small farmers are there. Then they put this crop, tea crop, and they are cultivating. And where to sell? Each individual cannot go to the cannot make their own brand and cannot sell throughout the country. And for throughout the country, their output is also not enough. So in order to have the marketing ability, what these companies will do is, the farmers, there should be minimum 20 people should come together, and they can make a producer company. So when these people make a producer company, like milk producers, okay, in a village, these cows and buffaloes, they may, as additional income, the farmers may adopt this poultry activity. Okay. Then in such case, if they want to represent as one to the outside world, they can become a producer company. They can establish a producer company. Earlier, they used to form cooperative societies, but because there are certain problems arising in cooperative societies, mismanagement of funds and all these things are taking place. Now this producer companies comes into existence in this 2013 Act. So now Amul, you are all aware of Amul, the milk and milk products company. Now that is also a producer company. Gujarat Milk Producers Cooperative Federation Limited, earlier a cooperative producer society earlier. Now it is Cooperative Federation Limited. So that is why now it is a company. So in order to expand the business, in order to brand their products, in order to protect legally, instead of that society forms, now these people are taking these producer companies. So any 20 farmers, minimum 20, they should come together and they can form this company. They can produce, that means they can cultivate or they can dig out minerals. They can process it, that means grading. They can do the packaging activity and they can market the products. So, sir, like any other company, these people can also be registered means, no, these producer companies have special incentives. As far as taxation is concerned, these producer companies are having special incentives. So that is why only the original producers will be allowed to go for these producer companies. And the next type of companies are dormant companies. Or these are also known as intellectual property companies. So their capital, their activity is intellectual property. Right. Now, these chartered accountants, advocates, doctors. So what is their investment is? Their skill, their intellectual this thing. Or a common man also, or a scientist who is having patents, like that. these people can establish these intellectual property companies. They won't invest money, but they have skill, all that skill, and out of that they will offer to others. Suppose advocates, company advocates are there, those who are familiar with the company law and all. So they can establish a company, and that company will offer services to other companies. So the company which is offering service is known as the intellectual property company or garment company. And one more company, as per the new act, is Section 25 company. This Section 25 company is exclusively for promoting of art, science, religion, charity, education. For all this purpose, a company can be formed. That company is known as Section 25 company. There are so many benefits for this Section 25 company. Okay, but this Section 25 company can earn profits, but they cannot distribute the profits to anybody. So when for a social cause, in order to promote a social cause, you are forming this company, then central government will give the license, and you will be exempted from paying all types of fee and taxes. Okay, so that is benefit with this Section 25 company and that what we call producer companies. Okay, so these are various types of companies. Now, if we go through the characteristics of a company, a company is an incorporated association. Okay, association of persons are only known as a company. So in case of public company, minimum 7 members and 3 directors, maximum, there is no limit, but 15 directors maximum limit. In case of private company, minimum 2 members, maximum 2 members, minimum 2 directors, maximum 15 directors. Okay, but as per Companies Act 2013, even 1-person company may also be formed. And a company is an artificial person, because you and I, we are all natural persons. Company is also known as a person, but it is an artificial person. Because why it is known as artificial person means, whatever rights an individual is having, a person is having, all the rights the company will also holds. But why it is artificial person means, it is created by law. It is not a natural human being like. It is not created by the nature. Okay, we are all the creation or the acts of the nature. Okay, see, of course, parents are for us. Don't deviate and say that, sir, how nature and all these things. Nature in the sense, parents are there. Nature motivated them, and because of some action, natural persons are being created. Okay, but this is an artificial person which is created not by the motivation of nature. It is created by the law. That is why it is known as artificial person. And a separate legal entity. It will have separate name. It will have separate recognition. And management and company is not one and same. Okay, in case of partnership, partners and business is one and same. But in case of company is different, and the owners are different. Okay, so owners might be representing the company, but as an individual, their properties are different, company properties are different. Okay, separate management, and of course, professional management will be there in case of public companies. And main characteristic is limited company, limited liability. That means if anything goes wrong in the company, whatever is there in the company name, that can only be claimed by the people or creditors who given loans to the company. Okay, other than that, they cannot claim from the personal property of the shareholders, who are the owners of the company. Like partnership, they cannot claim. In case of partnership, anything is due from organization, they can claim from partners' individual assets also, personal assets also. But it is not so in case of company. Whatever is there in the name of company, company assets can only they can take. They cannot take the personal properties of shareholders or directors or anybody. Okay. Then separate property will be there. Transferability of shares, because in case of public limited company, these are all listed in stock exchanges. So buying and selling takes place in a big way. That is why transferability of shares will be there. Perpetual existence. That means, there is a saying, king is dead, long live kingdom. That means even if king dies, kingdom will be there. Their successors will come. Like that, company is having perpetual existence. Generations together, people may go, but companies will be there. Suppose Tata companies are there. Some of the Tata companies are formed in 1903, Tata Sons and all. Okay. So now Ratan Tata also aged around 80. That is third generation. Okay. And of course, now fourth generation people itself around 60 years, 55 years, like that people are there. Right. So generations together, the company will exist forever. That is why it is known as perpetual existence. And the company may sue and is sued by its own name. So if anybody do mistake for company property, company can file a suit against them. And if company do any mistake against others, then they can file a suit in the name of company. So that is, company may sue others and may be sued by others. Okay. And then how to identify that this transaction is done by the company means, company seal will be there. Normally that bronze seal will be there, not this rubber stamps and all. A bronze seal will be there. So if some of you are, if some of you have taken the original degree from your UG degree from your university, at the back, not rubber stamp, some like pressing stamp will be there, like a bronze stamp will be there, seal, company logo and all, it will be there. So after signing, they will fix on that agreement or on that document, the company seal should be fixed. So that represents it is signed by the company. Okay. That is common seal. Now, after briefly knowing about different types of companies and how to say characteristics of company, now we are going to look into how to incorporate a company. That means how to start a company or how to form a company. Okay. So steps for formation of a company. So what should be there in means, first you have to decide which type of company you are going to start. Is it public limited, private limited company? You cannot start government company because government can only start a government company. Or you want to start a one-person company, or you want to start a producer company.